The trick-or-treater. Well, about 2 years ago, I had my only unpleasant experience ever with the trick-or-treater. It doesn't really bother me to talk about it anymore, and I'm more than happy to share it with your listeners. I like spooky stories, and I like your orange tabby that you call your mascot, so I hope your listeners will enjoy this tale. I can honestly tell you, I did not enjoy it when it happened to me. I'm an 83-year-old widow. Although I miss my husband greatly, when he died a few years ago, I was determined to not become one of those senior citizens who lose their identity when they lose their spouse. My husband and I were married for 52 years, and he was indeed my entire life. But after he passed, I was able to find new things in life that I could identify with. I was successful in finding new hobbies and making new connections with people. One of the things I found I enjoy more than anything is interacting with trick-or-treaters on Halloween. I have more than a substantial nest egg, and I'm able to afford just about anything I want. So when Halloween comes around, I go all out with my candy. I'm sure if you've been trick-or-treating, you have been happy to find those houses that give away miniature or bite-sized candy bars. Kids always love those. Well, I put those in the dust. I give out regular full-size candy bars. You name them. I got Reese's peanut butter cups, full bags of M&Ms, Milky Ways, and the most popular of all, Snickers bars. Oh, nothing makes me happier than seeing the looks on children's faces, or imagining them under their masks, when I give them the best trick-or-treat candy in the entire neighborhood. Now, on the Halloween night of my story, it was a pretty typical for a Halloween night. I had tons of candy and what seemed to be an endless supply of children stopping by my home for candy bars. Although I did give the full bars out, it was known in the neighborhood that I had a strict policy of 1 bar per trick-or-treater. All the children knew this also, and no one ever tried to get more than one. Well, as the night went on, for the first time ever, I was positive that I saw a child come back for another piece of candy with a second group of children. Sure, children do wear similar costumes, but everything about this child seemed to indicate that I'd seen him before. His costume was a melange of characters. He was short, about 4 foot tall. He had on a hockey mask, a pirate costume, and he carried his plastic jack-o'-lantern with what looked like a really cheaply made Freddy Krueger glove. It was unlikely that any 2 children would have constructed the exact same makeshift costume. Well, this was the first time in years that I actually had a trick-or-treater try to cheat the system and get a piece of candy. I let it slide and gave the lad a second bar. It was quite possible that it was a different kid and the costume was some sort of trend or based on some new scary movie character I didn't know about. Honestly, Jason from Friday the 13th, I don't remember his last name, and Freddy Krueger are the 2 most modern characters I know about anyway. I was in my 50s when those movies came out. I didn't keep up with horror as time went by. About 20 minutes after the boy came back for his second bar of candy, though, I noticed a child that seemed identical to him come back for a third bar. This time I was positive it was the same kid as before. He was yet again with a different group of kids, and he was carrying the exact same purple Jackolantern bucket that he had the previous 2 times. When he came up to me, I looked inside, and I saw 2 full-size candy bars in the bucket. "Now, young man, I already broke my rule for you and gave you an extra candy bar." I wagged my finger at him. "It wouldn't be fair if I gave you another now, would it?" The boy didn't answer. He just continued to hold his bucket out, expecting a third piece of candy. When I told him I couldn't give him another bar because it would not be fair to all the other children who were only getting 1, the boy set his pumpkin down on the porch. He then took his hand with the Freddy Krueger glove and brandished the blades at me. He waved the individual fingers at me. "Now, no need to get like that," I told the boy. "You've already got 2 candy bars. Now run along, little boy." He paused for a moment. Then the boy took his hand, and he actually swiped the Freddy Krueger glove at me. It caught me on the arm, and It actually cut me, although he didn't get me very deep. The cheap glove looked so cheap because it was likely a real one that he had made himself with real knives. I screamed in fear and pain and dropped the bowl of candy on the ground. As I grabbed my arm, the boy began scooping the candy out of my bowl and putting it in his bucket. After finishing taking all of the bars, he looked at me, lifted his mask up, and he wasn't a child at all. He was a short man, unshaved, and likely in his 40s. He smiled at me, and he had at least one gold-capped tooth in his smile. Then he lowered his mask down and ran off. Well, the cuts were superficial, so that was good, but the experience itself was rather traumatic. Fortunately, the police did catch the guy. He had done this before in other houses, in other towns, so I was lucky that way. I guess when you're short with one gold tooth in a small town, you sort of stand out in a crowd. I don't know. But they caught him, and I'm happier that way. And I still give out candy bars, and I still enjoy trick-or-treaters. However, now if someone asks me for a second bar, I just give it to him. Ghost in the Graveyard. I love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday of the year without question. I enjoy everything about it. I like ghost stories, monsters, scary movies, and I love graveyards. Well, at least I used to love graveyards. Back in high school, I had an experience that soured me just a little bit on cemeteries. During October, I used to always play a game of hide and seek with my friends. Well, we didn't call it hide and seek though. We called it Ghost in the Graveyard. We broke into the local cemetery and played behind the gravestones. The person who was it was called the Ghost, and he would start out in the center of the graveyard. There was a large monument there that was placed at the grave of one of the richer people in town who had died quite a long time ago. We had no idea who he was, but he must have been loaded because that was a huge monument. The others would hide out behind the gravestones in the graveyard. We could use the entire cemetery, so there was plenty of room for us to hide. This meant that one round of the game could really last for a really long time. When the ghost found you, and he had to actually see you first, you had to run back to the monument in order to be safe. If you were caught though, you didn't become it. We said that you died, but you just set out the next round. And the people who made it to the base would go out again. They were survivors. This would continue until everyone died, and then the last person to die got to pick who would be the ghost for the next round. When I was 16, we were playing the game of Ghost in the Graveyard on Halloween night. It was a very cold night, and I had to wear a jacket and even a pair of gloves. I was actually in a bit of a good mood because there's this girl named Angela who was playing with us, and, well, I was really interested in Angela. So, I was showing off a bit, and running as fast as I can during the early rounds. I jumped over some high gravestones, trying to clear them pretty easily. I would then strut around the base, rubbing it in the nose of the ghost that he couldn't catch me. Looking back on it, I was acting like a complete dumbass, but I was hoping to get somewhere with Angela. Well, after about 4 rounds of the game, only me and one other guy were left uncaught. Angela had gotten killed in the first round, so she just remained on base and was able to watch me easily escape the ghost each time. There was no doubt in my mind, by the end of that night, that girl would want me bad. Well, during the 5th round, I went way out in the graveyard. I wanted to last as long as possible to really show off my hiding prowess. So I went over a hill, past some trees, and found a small tomb to crouch behind. It was a wonderful hiding place. The only bad thing about hiding there was that it was so cold outside that I was having trouble keeping myself warmed up. Although I was wearing my jacket and gloves, they weren't really thick, so I had to stand still, and I was shivering quite a bit. It took nearly 15 minutes before I finally heard the ghost approaching me. He wasn't very quiet, and the ground was covered in dry leaves, so I could hear him as he was getting nearer to me. Now, I know what you're thinking reading this. You'd think that I was not hearing the ghost, and it was actually someone else. But that's not what was going on. I heard the ghost talking, trying to coax me out of my hiding place, and I knew the voice was the voice of my buddy, who had failed to grab me all the previous rounds. I tried moving into a position in which I could sprint more easily once he found me. Unfortunately, my movement caused a shuffling in the leaves, and I heard the noise of my buddy's feet stop. I cursed myself in my mind for giving away my position. I heard the footsteps begin again, and they were coming right toward me. My buddy was whistling at this point. I couldn't just run though, because the ghost had to spot you before you took off, which is why the element of surprise was so important in this game. I heard my breathing speed up, and I braced myself to jolt past the ghost right when he found me. He was getting closer. I heard him. I put out my hands and I was in a starting position. He was almost on me. I leaned forward. My buddy the ghost came around the side of the tomb, looked right past me, then turned and ran off. Completely confused, I turned around and I saw the most hideous woman I've ever seen sitting right behind the tomb, right beside me, and who knows how long she'd been there. I mean, she was fat and dirty with ratty hair, and her face was covered with, I don't know, bitch must have had herpes or something. She was nasty. "Hey, sexy!" she cried and grabbed my foot as I tried to bolt away. Screaming, I begged for the ghost to come back, but he wasn't about to. The lady had a good grip on my shoe, so I tried to shrug it off. Before I could do much, though, she actually grabbed onto the back of my pants, getting a handful of my belt, the waistband of my jeans, and even the waistband of my boxers. She was clawing at me and carrying on, but I didn't understand a word of it. I tried to pull away from her, but the bitch was strong. I tried kicking her, and when I looked back, I saw her holding a little fillet knife, and I nearly shit myself. Finally, having no other option than to try to escape this nasty witch who wanted who God knows what, undid my belt and zipper. She pulled my jeans and my boxers down to my ankles. She had a good hold on them, so they came down easy, but they were hard to get all the way off. Then I felt her cut my leg with a knife, and she told me, "I'm gonna cut it all off." And I finally freaked and kicked her in the face. The witch, my pants, and my underwear all came off in one fell swoop. Naked from the waist down and with only one shoe on, but not giving a shit, I ran as fast as I could. It hurt like hell on my feet, of course, and I was freezing well, you can easily figure out what I was freezing off as I ran back to the base. When I arrived, everyone was shocked to see me naked from the waist down. I was so scared that I didn't think to cover myself up at first, and remember how I told you it was very cold outside? Well, by the time I actually got covered up, everyone, including Angela, had seen the effects of the cold, and it's something I have not lived down to this very day. My nickname is LD. L stands for little. You can guess what the D stands for. Didn't see that old woman ever again, but it didn't matter. She did her damage. The Mummy. My story took place when I was 13 years old. It might seem a little old for trick-or-treating, I know, but I really enjoyed it. I actually feared aging and growing because I knew there was going to be a time in which I couldn't trick-or-treat anymore. Fortunately, when I was 13, I was still a bit small for my age, so I could get away with it. And no, I don't just like to trick-or-treat for the candy. It's the whole atmosphere of trick-or-treating that I love. I enjoy a whole neighborhood overflowing with children dressed in costumes. I like the houses that go all out in their Halloween decorations. I like seeing the creativity of everyone, while also experiencing an atmosphere completely based on horror. The one bad thing about being 13 and going trick-or-treating was that all of my friends were around my age, and they didn't feel the same way as I did about it. So I had to go it alone. It didn't bug me too much, though. At least I could go at my own pace. Walking around the neighborhood, I eventually noticed that I wasn't the only older kid that was trick-or-treating. There was one kid who had to be a few years older than me. I based this on the fact that he was just huge. I can't say how tall he really was, but he was pretty tall. He was dressed as a mummy. His costume was pretty good, actually. He didn't go for the cheap toilet paper mummy look. He used some really nice cloth. All in all, it was a very nice looking costume. Early in the night, I was admiring his costume. I guess perhaps I was watching him too closely because at one point, he walked by me and said to me, "What the hell are you looking at?" He also bumped into me as he walked by. I sort of messed up when he did that, and I told him to F off, although I didn't abbreviate the F. The guy started following me after that. He didn't do anything at first, but I could tell that he had to be pretty pissed off. Whenever I hit a house, he would hit it right after me. This kept up for a while. I tried to speed up and lose him several times, but each time he eventually caught back up with me. I couldn't really understand why he was doing this. He didn't try to hurt me or anything. I actually doubted that he would try to hurt me with the amount of people that were around. I just thought that maybe he was trying to make my trick-or-treating unpleasant by making me scared and nervous. However, I sort of realized as I went along what he was really up to. He was trying to make it seem like he was simply trick-or-treating. In reality, he was trying to keep up with me because he knew that the crowd would eventually disperse. And when it did, he would know where I was. I've had problems with bullies before, but this one really scared me. I tried to lose him like I previously mentioned, but it wasn't that easy. He just kept catching up with me. Shortly after I left a house and I rushed away, I'd make it to another house and I'd see him coming along his way. As the crowd of kids got thinner and thinner, I finally realized that I might have to forgo the trick-or-treating and just go home. It would be much safer to get to home while the trick-or-treating was still in full force. So even though I didn't have anywhere near as much candy as I would have liked, I set out on my way home. He tried following me through the throngs of children, but that really didn't bother me too much. I knew that once I was safe in my home that it really wouldn't matter. I thought I lost him. By the time I got home, I didn't see him anymore. My house was dark because my parents weren't at home. They had gone to a Halloween party. Still, there were enough children and adults still out in the streets that I wasn't too concerned about being in danger. I made it into my house and I thought I was fine. I spent the rest of the night watching scary movies and eating popcorn and candy. My parents weren't going to be back until late, but that was okay with me. I was convinced that the guy was gone, and I had been spending several hours alone and feeling safe inside my house. About 11 o'clock, though, I heard my doorbell ring. I thought this was pretty odd, so I got up and walked to the door. Looking out the window and the door, I didn't see anyone on the porch. My mind immediately went back to the mummy, but I really didn't worry too much about him. I was safe in my house, so I wasn't worried about anything. I figured I'd open up the door to see if maybe there was a trick-or-treater who was just out really late and came by my house. If they were leaving, I wanted to call them back and give them a piece of candy. I unlocked the door and began to open it up. The moment I did, though, it happened so fast I could barely process it. A bandaged hand grabbed the door and flung it open with such force it pulled me down to the ground because I was holding the doorknob. I was grabbed after I was laying on the porch. I was picked up and then pushed up against the wall of the house. It was the mummy. He punched me several times in the stomach and then grabbed me around the neck. I started crying, panicking, thinking that this son of a bitch was gonna try and kill me. I really began losing my breath. I flailed around, trying to do anything to get this guy off of me. My head began getting dizzy as tears fell from my eyes, because I thought I was gonna die. "What the hell are you doing?" I heard someone yell, and shortly afterwards I fell to the ground. My neighbor had heard the commotion and came running out of the house. I was gasping for air, so I didn't notice it, but the mummy ran off. My neighbor came to check on me rather than go after the mummy. I'm pretty thankful for that. Fortunately, I wasn't seriously hurt. I had some minor injuries, but physically, I was able to recover pretty fast. Mentally was a completely different story, though. I don't know if I ever saw the mummy again. That's the problem. I had no idea who he was, but whenever I saw someone who was tall like him, inwardly, I would begin to panic. That took me a very, very long time to come to terms with. Some people I just can't understand why they do the things they do. The Jackolantern Bucket. I'm one of those really cool houses that trick-or-treaters like to go to. I buy really good candy, and I buy lots of it. I think the kids always look forward to coming to my house because they know they're going to get some really good stuff. One Halloween, however, I had a really bad experience. Well, I actually guess it was after Halloween, since it occurred after midnight. I had had a pretty good night up to that point. A lot of kids had come by. I still had a lot of candy left over, too. After the trick-or-treating died down, I concentrated on just having a night watching some Halloween specials on TV. I live in a pretty good neighborhood. We're not known for having pranksters or anything like that. There were no houses getting egged as far as I knew. There were no flaming piles of dog mess around either. Around 1 a.m., I was playing video games when I heard a knock on the door. I thought it was a bit odd, but I put down my controller and went to check the door. I opened it up and no one was there. I didn't give it too much thought because I just assumed maybe it was some kids doing a ding-dong-ditch thing. About 10 minutes later, I heard another knock on the door. I was a little irritated this time because I was under the impression that the kids were playing pranks on me, and I didn't have the patience for it. I got up, angrily walked to the door, and then opened it. Again, there wasn't anyone at the door, but this time, there was one of those orange jack-o'-lantern buckets sitting on the porch. It was empty, and it was just sitting on the porch, looking at the door. I got a bit annoyed, and kicked the bucket off my porch and onto the sidewalk. I then said loudly that I wasn't in a good mood for stupid games, and that I'd get really pissed off if anyone knocked on my door again. I went back and started playing my video games again. Some time passed and there wasn't another knock at my door. I was pretty happy about it for a while. However, as I was sitting there playing, something caught my eye off to the side. I looked over at the window, expecting to see something. There was nothing there. So I went back to playing my game. After a while, It happened again. This time when I looked over at the window, I saw the jack-o'-lantern bucket being held up in the window. I was definitely caught off guard. Someone must have been holding it, and making it seem as if it was looking in the window. I got up and told whomever it was that I didn't find their game funny. I also mentioned that if they didn't want to piss me off, they needed to drop it. When I said that though, the jack-o'-lantern turned back and forth, as if it was shaking his head no. I wasn't amused. I don't find this funny, I told him. Get the hell away from my house. Once again, the jack-o'-lantern shook its head. No. All right, I said. I've had it with this crap and I'm gonna go get my baseball bat. I turned and walked down the hallway and into my bedroom. I grabbed my aluminum baseball bat, prepared to beat the crap out of whoever was playing the joke. When I got back into the living room, however, the jack-o'-lantern was no longer in the window. I began to look around at the other windows to see if it had changed windows. But as I was looking around, I heard a crashing sound out on my front porch. I walked out the door and immediately slipped on something. While I tried to catch my balance, I saw someone dressed in black, holding the jack-o'-lantern bucket, which was suddenly on fire. He actually threw the bucket at me, just like in the legend of Sleepy Hollow. The bucket hit me in the face and I fell over. I got up and threw some dirt from a potted plant onto the pumpkin to put it out. I then looked around to see where the guy who threw it at me was. He was gone. I looked at what I had slipped in, and it was blood. I looked around further and saw there was a dead groundhog on my porch, and written in blood on my door was, "Trick or treat, I'll be back." I wasn't scared up until that point. I just thought it was a lame joke. But anyone sick enough to kill a groundhog and write something in its blood on my door, and just knowing that they had to have done it while I was playing my video games, it just really creeped me the hell out. Strangest Candy. I don't know how scary this story is, but it's really weird. It's not too long either. But when I was 11 years old, I went trick-or-treating with my two best friends. My friend Carl's sister was 15, and she was supposed to be chaperoning us. That's the only way our parents would let us go out without them there. She, however, did not spend much time with us. When we ran into her boyfriend and a couple of his buddies, she asked us if we'd mind trick-or-treating by ourselves. We of course readily agreed. We were all too eager to get away from her. She told us to meet her back in this area in about 2 hours. We got a pretty good candy haul. It was about 20 minutes before we had to go and meet up with Carl's sister when we came across that house. You know the one I mean. The one house in the neighborhood that everyone talks about. Now, this wasn't an abandoned house. It wasn't boarded up or anything. It did, however, have a dead lawn that was littered with garbage. A shredded tire swing hung from a leafless tree. There was even an old ice cream truck in the yard. Now, the guy who lived there was someone that any of us rarely saw. We had all sorts of stories about him. We talked about him and had all these different stories for what was wrong with him. Some of us said he was a serial killer who got off on a technicality. The story was usually that he would ride around in his ice cream truck, giving kids poison ice cream. The prevailing story, though, was that he was a mentally handicapped guy who lived with his mom until she died. They said that he was so unable to understand what happened that he kept his mom in the house for weeks after she passed away, waiting for her to wake up. Supposedly, when the police found them, she had decayed pretty badly, and he was trying to feed her. Now, honestly, if you asked me, both of those stories were utter bullcrap. But they were pretty popular stories in the neighborhood. Anyway, to kids our age, they were scary enough to keep us from wanting to go up to the house. However, there was a jack-o'-lantern out on the porch, and it had a burning candle in it. So we figured the guy must have been waiting for trick-or-treaters. The three of us kept daring each other to go up to the house. Of course, none of the three of us really wanted to go up to the house. We just wanted one of the others to take the dare and go alone. When none of us did, we just agreed to go up to the house on our own, together. Up on the porch, it was Carl who had the balls to knock on the door. After a moment, the door opened and the man answered it. He was dressed in a Frankenstein costume, and seemed delighted to see us. He went on and on about how he never got trick-or-treaters at his house, and he always wanted some. He disappeared into his house, came back out with a bowl of something. He reached in, grabbed a handful of it, and put it in Carl's bag. Before Carl could react, he then put a handful in my bag too. I looked down, and it was a huge glob of raw hamburger. The man had this insane look on his face as he gave our third friend a glob of hamburger. He then said, "Enjoy the treats, boys." We were so freaked out, and we ran out of his yard until we found Carl's sister. She was pissed at us for going to the house in the first place. However, she couldn't really tell on us because then she'd get in trouble for leaving us alone. That damn hamburger ruined a lot of our candy, but she let us do a bit more trick-or-treating. Now, we definitely spread the story after that experience. At least this one story about the guy, we knew it was true.
The rest area. Note from submitter. I heard your last Halloween story with the boy who got stripped naked by the nasty woman and thought I'd share a somewhat similar experience that I had. My friends and I began a bit of a club or group that was based on the MTV show Jackass. Sure, they told us that the stunts were performed by trained professionals and we shouldn't try them at home, but watching the show, it really didn't seem that they were trained that well. Plus, we never tried their stunts, we came up with our own, and we never tried them at home, so we pretty much adhered to their disclaimer. Anyhow, on Halloween night a couple of years ago, I did a really silly dare that ended up freaking the hell out of all of us. We had been driving down through Utah on our way to Nevada. Yeah, I'll admit we were drinking a bit and probably shouldn't have been driving, but it was Halloween and we were having fun. There were 5 of us and we had done a lot of silly things that night already. We lifted some whiskey from a liquor store, another thing I do not recommend, and 2 of us went streaking through a Walmart and barely got away. Well, as the night went on, my friends had a very bizarre dare for me. They wanted me to go into a public restroom, put on an adult diaper, and then run out of the public restroom and try to find the car. While it might not seem that extreme of a dare, it was actually a bit intimidating. We found one of those public restrooms on the side of the freeway. There were no less than 10 semi-trucks parked behind the building, but the lights were off in all of them, and we assumed that the truckers were probably just sleeping for the night. On the car side of the parking lot, there wasn't a single car. I knew this would make it a lot easier to find the car when I got out of the stall. So we parked the car, and all 5 of us got out and went into the rest area. Not surprisingly, the men's room was disgusting. But I tried to ignore that. I'd already drank quite a bit of the whiskey and was just pumped to show my buddies that their dare did not mean much. It was about 1 a.m. Technically not Halloween anymore, but I'm not going to split hairs. And I went into the stall. I quickly got naked and put my clothes over the top of the stall. Once my friends had all my clothes, they handed me the adult diaper over the top of the stall. as I put it on, standing up because there was no way I was going to lay on that floor, my friends all left the men's room. I'm not sure if it was the cool air or the fact that I was standing in nothing but a diaper on Halloween night in a public restroom that sobered me up enough to get a little intimidated by what I was about to do. But after walking out of the stall, I peeked around and realized I was still alone in the men's room. Slowly and barefooted, I began to creep out of the bathroom. I was scared a bit now, just because I really did not know how I'd react if someone saw me wearing that diaper. When I opened up the door to the room, I found out. 2 big and burly truck drivers were staring right at me. At first they looked shocked to see a grown man wearing nothing but a diaper, but then they started laughing at me. One made a comment about it must be a fraternity prank, and they just walked past me, one of them slapping me on my diapered ass. Humiliated, but exhilarated at the same time, I decided to just run for it. On the car side of the parking lot, I only saw one car, and it was right in front of the building. It was a blue Pontiac Sunfire. That was our car. Interestingly enough, it was pulled in backwards in the parking spot. I figured that was so once I jumped in, the car could just take off driving. So, in my bare feet, in totally exposed diaper, I ran towards the car. I opened up the passenger seat, which was emptied, as we had agreed upon, and I got in, ready to drive away. My heart slowed down when I realized that I had gotten into the wrong car. Sitting beside me in the passenger seat was a huge and dirty, disgusting man who smelled like crap. He was eating something like an Arby's roast beef sandwich, and he had his face buried in the wrapper. Looking behind me, the entire back of the car was full of pieces of broken furniture. I had no idea what to think until he pulled the wrapper off his face. He looked at me, and then he looked down at the diaper. Looking back at my face, he smiled, a half-toothless grin, and asked me the question that I will never forget as long as I live. "Do you want to come and be my baby?" He then turned the ignition and started the car. Well, I immediately pulled the lever on the door, and the door opened and I ran to get out. I felt the hand of the man reach out. He grabbed a hold of the diaper and the damn thing ripped off. Fortunately for me, my friends had seen that I had gotten into the wrong car, and they were already driving towards me. I ran to the car, completely naked. They pulled me in, and we took off. As I drove off in the safety of the car, I only heard the guy yell, "Hey kid, you forgot your diaper!" You know those disclaimers on Jackass that tell you not to try those kind of stunts at home? Listen to them. The delivery. I used to like Halloween until I became a pizza delivery guy. This story actually happened a while back, before people began paying for their pizza on the internet. Back then it was much easier to play that idiotic prank when you order a pizza for a different person's house. And I can't believe the stupid people who actually think this is a funny thing to do. The only people it really ever hurts is the pizza delivery place, and they had nothing to do with the original conflict. In that vein, people really used to pull out the stops on this prank on Halloween. I was always dreading working because so many kids were calling in false pizza orders. A couple times, nearly a third of all my deliveries would just be jokes. On this particular Halloween, I'd really been dreading going to work. But I was a sophomore in college and I needed the money, and the tips were more than ever. Something I really needed. Despite my dread, however, it turned out to be a relatively prank-free night. I worked from noon until close, 11 p.m., and I'd racked up a couple $100 in tips. I was about to get off shift for the night when a last-minute delivery came in. My manager was about to tell the caller that the delivery hours were over, and the caller would have to come in and pick up their pizza themselves. But I was in such a good mood at how well the day went that I agreed to go ahead and deliver the last pizza as I was on my way home. Typical for a Halloween story, I guess. The house that I was delivering to was off the beaten path on a country road. It was still fine, though. The ride was creepy enough and somewhat enjoyable on Halloween night. I drove my car onto the gravel. There were many trees on the side of the road, and they appeared to reach over the road and grabbed onto the branches of the trees on the other end. The heavy falling of the leaves had just begun, and the ground was covered in them. It was quite a bit of a ride getting out to that house, but I was enjoying the scenery. When I finally did see a house, it was way off the right side of the road. It was a very typical country house. There was a regular black mailbox at the end of a small gravel driveway. It was a 2-story house with a roofed front porch that had a screen door. This led to a porch. Sitting on top of the 3 steps that led up to the porch was a traditional jack-o'-lantern. You know the kind I mean. The one with the triangle eyes and triangle nose and the jagged 4 or 5 teeth, wrapped up in a smile. I pulled up into the driveway after I looked on the mailbox and confirmed that I was in the right place. I got out of the car and heard the leaves crunching under my feet. As I walked up to the porch, I saw there were only 2 lights. One was a dim light that was coming from what I assumed to be the living room, and the other was a jack-o'-lantern on the porch. I climbed up the stairs and noticed there was no doorbell or any way to knock on the screen door. So I went ahead and opened the screen door and walked onto the porch. It was very dark on the porch, and I no longer had the light of the jack-o'-lantern to show me where I was going. But I made it to the door, and I rang the doorbell. It was actually more of a door buzzer. No one came at first. I buzzed it again, and it took a few more tries before the door finally opened. Standing by the open door was what I assumed to be an old lady. It was a very thin person who was wrapped in a thick crocheted shawl, wrapped around her chest, shoulders, and head. I could see very little of her face in the dark. "I got your pizza," I told her, somewhat nervously. "It'll be 11:29. The lady in the shawl nodded. "Won't you come in?" she asked me. I didn't want to come in. I hated going into anyone's house for pizza delivery, and I really did not want to go into this person's house. "It's okay, I can wait here," I nervously informed her. "But my money is in the kitchen," the lady objected. "Won't you come in?" I really did not want to come into that house, but I thought if she was going to keep insisting that I do, I would never get out of there. So I came into the house and she shut the door behind me. The old woman, still with her shawl wrapped around her, hobbled into the kitchen and I followed her. It was hard to get a good look at the house because there was only the one lamp lit. It was also using a really dull bulb and had one of those very thick lampshades that blocked most of the light. The light only shone up on the ceiling and the floor. But the house was old, and everything in it was old, I could tell that much. It was more like an old grandma house than I had ever seen. Hell, I half expected the woman to have an old wedding cake left over from the wedding of which she had been jilted, and for her to start calling me Pip. But I digress. The whole place had this musty odor that just made me feel icky. The woman walked into the kitchen, but she didn't turn on any light. I kept a few feet from the kitchen doorway because I really did not want to walk into it if it was dark. She disappeared from view, and then after a moment, I saw her shadowy outline appear in the door, and she beckoned to me. "Won't you come in?" she asked. She stood in the doorway and didn't move. I could barely see any of her due to the shawl and the shadow caused by the darkness. She then just swayed a little bit in the doorway, and she repeated, "Won't you come in?" It was then that I saw something. A tiny bit of light caught a glint of metal in her hand, right by the shawl. She had what looked to be a kitchen knife in her hand. I panicked just a little and hoped that she didn't notice that I had noticed. It was so dark in the house that it was unlikely she saw my eyes move. But she said one more time, "Won't you come in?" Well, I didn't want the money then. I knew my tips would be more than enough to cover the cost of the pizza. I dropped the pizza and backed up, about to leave. Unfortunately, I stumbled over a bump in the carpet and fell. Panicked, I jumped up and ran for the door. I looked back, like an idiot, and the lady had not moved. She was still in the doorway. I got the door open and ran out onto the porch. It was then that I heard another voice. This one, a man's voice, asked me, "Won't you come in?" I looked over and in the dark saw a man sitting on the porch in a rocking chair. He was holding the jack-o'-lantern in his lap. The smile was looking at me. I had no idea how long he had been there, and I really didn't care. I opened the screen door, ran to my car, got in, and drove off. I read a lot of these stories where people call the police and they find out the house was abandoned. I didn't call the police, but I did tell my boss about it. He just figured it was a Halloween prank, and he may have been right. That woman could have come after me when I'd fallen over, but she didn't. Either way, I never wanted to go back there again. And I didn't mind the joke orders so much anymore. Midnight Trick-or-Treater. I'm going to cut to the chase in this story. I prefer scary stories where people don't give tons and tons of backstory. But this was the creepiest thing that ever happened to me on any Halloween. We had a lot of trick-or-treaters during the night, and trick-or-treating was pretty much done around 8 p.m. This was back when people always did their trick-or-treating on Halloween night, and in the dark. You know, before we all became wusses. After I went to bed, I heard my doorbell ring. I woke up groggy and looked at the clock. It was 12:30. I wondered who the hell would be ringing me that late. I staggered out of bed and down the stairs. When I got to the door and opened it, I saw the weirdest thing. A little girl, probably no more than 8 years old, wearing a fairy princess costume and a mask. She was looking down and asked me, "Trick or treat?" I was confused, not only as to why a little girl was out this late, but why she thought she should still be trick-or-treating. I looked at her, and then looked over at the bowl on my table. There were a few mini Butterfingers left in it. Not knowing what else to do, I grabbed one of them. But before I gave it to her, I asked her why she was out so late. She didn't answer me, just continued looking at the ground and repeated, "Trick or treat." I grabbed another candy bar and decided to give her a couple. But I asked her to look up at me. She did, and she was wearing a goblin mask or something ugly that completely contrasted the fairy princess costume she was wearing. She held her bag up. I asked her again why she was up so late. In a whisper, she answered me, "I'm only allowed to say trick or treat." I could see her eyes through the mask, and they looked rather desperate. I dropped the candy bars into her bag and told her she had to run on home. It was then that I noticed that there was a black ORV sitting on the street. After I gave the girl the candy, she lowered her head, thanked me, and ran back to the vehicle. She jumped in, and the car drove off. But not before I quickly memorized the license plate number. I called the police immediately and told them what happened. I felt like such an asshole, though. The girl could have been abused or kidnapped, and I really should have brought her into my house. Hell, I would have had I seen the RV before she ran off. It's one of those moments I look back on over and over, and I know I did not do the right thing in this instance. I have no idea whether or not this situation turned into anything. The police took all the information but never contacted me about it again. I didn't figure they would have. I just hoped that whatever was going on that night, that little girl, that little fairy princess, did not get hurt.
Trick or treat. The creepiest thing that ever happened to me in my life occurred when I was about 10 years old. I was out trick-or-treating with some friends of mine. We were all around the same age. This happened back in the 1970s. I wanted to mention that because it is important to know that us kids were not accompanied by an adult. This sort of trick-or-treating was a bit more common then than it would be nowadays. We lived in a huge neighborhood that had tons of kids in it. So on Halloween, the streets were pretty much littered with kids. I guess our parents assumed that because there were so many other kids around, that it meant we would be safe by ourselves. There were about 5 of us in the group. I think the oldest was my friend Jack, who was 12 at the time. I was dressed as a scarecrow. Not the most terrifying of costumes, but I really liked it at 10. The 5 of us came to a really old house. We were on a block that I really wasn't too familiar with. It didn't matter to us, though. The more streets we went down, and the more blocks we crossed, the more candy we would get. The house wasn't lit up too much, but it did have a jack-o'-lantern on the porch. All the kids in my group were pretty freaked out by it for some reason. Jack told me that there were rumors that a real witch lived in the house. He said that she would occasionally kidnap children and cast spells on them. None of my friends wanted to go up to the house, and honestly, neither did I. But I wanted candy, and also wanted to show that I was the bravest of the group. So while my friends stood back, I walked up the steps to the porch and knocked on the door. An older gray-haired lady answered the door. She was carrying a bowl with her, but strangely enough, the bowl was empty. She seemed genuinely pleased to see me. She complimented me on my costume. She asked me some strange questions like, did I scare any crows that day? I smiled and told her yes, and then said, trick or treat. Looking at her bowl, the lady seemed surprised that she was out of candy. But then she told me that if I came into her house, she would be able to give me a treat from her kitchen. I really didn't want to go in, but 2 things convinced me to go. 1, I really wanted the candy. 2, I was told to always be polite to adults and do what they tell me to do. I went inside the house with the old woman, and she closed the door. I followed her into the kitchen. She led me over to her pantry, and she opened it up. I assumed that was where she kept her candy. I went over to look in the pantry, and she quickly grabbed me and shoved me into the pantry and closed the door. I was absolutely terrified and immediately started crying and banging on the door. I screamed for her to let me out. All the things that my friend had told me about the woman being a witch came back to me. I was convinced that she really was a witch, and she was going to eat me. I kept banging on the door and begging to be let out. After what seemed like a long time, but was probably just a few short moments, the old woman opened the door. She seemed really amused. She told me that she had run out of treats, so she had to give me a trick instead. She just kept laughing, as if what she had done to me was the funniest thing in the world. I ran past her and back into her front room and out the door. My friends were standing on the sidewalk. They had been worried about me, and seeing me running at them crying only made it worse. Jack took me home to my parents, and we told them what happened. My parents called the police, and I guess they went and talked to the old woman. She insisted that she had meant no harm. She was just out of treats and felt she should give me a trick instead. Nothing really happened. She wasn't arrested or anything. But that was definitely the scariest thing that ever happened to me on Halloween. Delivery. This happened when I worked as a pizza delivery boy. I was a bit irritated because it fell on me to work on Halloween. We didn't get too much business that night. But still, I would have much rather been spending time with my friends partying. This also happened a really long time ago. The night was slow, as I mentioned, but we got an order for a plain cheese pizza around 11 p.m. I'll never forget that pizza. Once it was done, I took it and I drove out to the address given. It was right on the edge of our delivery area. There weren't any lights on the house, which was pretty annoying. I actually almost passed the house because I had no way of seeing the address that good. The house had a relatively long driveway. I drove up, wondering if we had gotten the wrong address. There was nothing that indicated to me that anyone could have been home. There were no lights, no cars. Well, at least I thought there were no lights. As I got out of the car with the pizza and walked up the stairs, I noticed that there was actually a jack-o'-lantern on the porch. The candle was pretty dim, though. It must have been burning for a while. So even if there was no one there now, there was someone there at one point. I went up and knocked on the door. There wasn't an answer. Annoyed, I knocked again. No answer. I was about to finally give up and leave, when the door actually opened. The person standing in the doorway was a pretty large and scary-looking guy. I gave him the price and he started feeling around for his wallet. "I must have left my wallet in the kitchen," he said. "Come on in and I'll get your money." I did not want to walk into a dark house with a guy who looked like him. I just told him I had no problem waiting on the porch for him. He then insisted, though, that I should come in. He told me it might take him a few minutes to find his wallet. He said there was no need to just stand out in the dark. I almost considered it. You know, sometimes you feel inclined to do something against your better judgment. And that's what I was feeling. I was thinking maybe I could get the whole experience over with by simply going in with him. I mean, what were the chances that something bad was really going to happen? I was actually about to say okay, but then I noticed something. The man's eyes quickly looked over to the side. It was just for a split second, but I caught it. I looked over and got the shock of my life. There was another big guy, crouched down off the side of the porch. He was peering over the side, watching me. That startled me, of course, but it wasn't as scary as what happened next. When he saw that I had noticed him, he stood straight up. The guy in the house actually made a grab at me. Terrified, I just threw the pizza directly at him. The guy on the porch was coming around to the staircase, and he was holding a baseball bat in his hand. I was freaked, but I couldn't get down the stairs before he got to the stairs. Knowing I didn't have much time to do anything, I just ran to the side of the porch and jumped over it into the driveway. Fortunately, that was the side my car was on. I got into it quickly. Both guys were now coming down the stairs. The guy with the bat was, of course, closer. I hadn't turned my car off, so all I had to do was put it in reverse. The guy with the bat was fast, though, and he managed to hit the window on my door. The glass shattered and got all over me. Fortunately, I already had the car in reverse. I hit the gas hard and haphazardly drove backward out of the driveway. The guys were still coming at me, but there wasn't really anything they could do at this point. I got to the end of the driveway, turned, and took off down the road. I reported the incident to the police. I described the two men, and as it turns out, they fit the description of two guys who had held up a liquor store earlier. The police assumed that they were planning on stealing my car. It made sense, really, due to the way they were acting. However, whatever they were going to do to me to get the car, that we had no idea about. It was definitely a terrifying situation. Fog walk. I went to a Halloween party when I was a freshman in college. It is important to know that I was a townie, so I didn't live on campus. I had a pretty decent walk from my house to the school. It is also quite the experience because the campus is so big, and it is usually swarming with people. However, you only need to get a block away from it, and it completely changes. I've had several walks home in which I hadn't ran into anyone at all. But that year, I decided to go to an on-campus Halloween party. Most of my friends have gone off to other colleges. The majority of the people on campus were all from other towns and other states, so although I had lived in the town all of my life, I really didn't have any friends my first year of college. So I thought going to the party would be a good way to try and make some new friends. It really didn't work out that way. I talked to a few people at the party, and I had a few drinks, but I didn't really have the best time. I watched some people playing beer pong. They even had a band that was dressed up in costumes while they played. It was fun to watch, but I really wasn't having that great of a time. It was as I was sitting down and having a drink, pondering whether or not I should just go home, that I saw a guy in a skeleton costume looking at me. Now, the costume was a lot like the ones from the movie The Karate Kid that the Cobra Kai guys were wearing. He was standing off to the side of the refreshment table and just kept staring at me. Although I was there to try and make some friends, I didn't want to go up and talk to him. It's too creepy when someone just stares blankly at you for a long time, so I tried to just ignore him. This didn't work so well when I had to go and refresh my drink. I walked up to the table, and it was so creepy. He didn't even say anything to me, but he just kept staring at me. Have you ever had someone staring at you, and you have to try as hard as possible to ignore them? You have to avoid looking at them, and it's painfully obvious that that is what you're doing? Yeah, that was what I had going on. This went on for a while. I finally decided that the party was a bust, so I decided to go home. I had actually been at the party for several hours. I made my way out through the crowd, happy to just be away from the skeleton. I was eager to get home. I was a bit shocked when I got out of the building, though. A really dense fog had descended upon the town while I had been inside. It was one of those fogs where it's really difficult to see anything in front of you for more than a few feet. Fortunately, however, I knew where I was going, and I didn't think I would have any problem getting home. So I set off. This is going to sound like a pretty typical stalker story, I guess. While I was walking, I did think that I heard someone walking behind me. But every time I stopped walking to listen, there would be no sounds of steps. Shortly after I began walking again, I would swear that I heard the sound of someone else's steps matching my own. I tried not to worry about it, more than convinced that it was all in my head. I got off campus and began walking down the side streets in the neighborhood to try and get home. As I turned down one street, I got the shock of my life. Although I couldn't make him out in the thick fog, I saw a figure standing in the light of a street lamp just up ahead of me. I immediately knew that it had to be the skeleton. He was dressed in black and definitely had the same build. Plus, he was just standing there. Somehow, he must have cut ahead of me. I panicked. I turned around to run the other way. Almost immediately, I ran right into the skeleton guy. He grabbed onto me. I realized I must have been mistaken about the person I saw ahead of me, so I of course screamed. The guy kept a hold on me and tried to put his hand over my mouth. I heard someone behind me yell, and I realized it must have been the guy I saw before me. The skeleton was startled, as he likely hadn't known the other guy was there. He panicked and threw me to the ground. He quickly ran off into the fog. The new guy helped pick me up off the ground. Apparently, he lived right there, and had taken his small dog out to go to the bathroom. That was why he was standing in place. He helped me up and made sure I was okay. It was a scary-ass experience. Even worse was the fact that I couldn't really do anything about it. The guy was in a costume, so I couldn't give the police any real description of him. He got away, completely free. Sleeping. This story isn't so much about Halloween itself, as it is about something that happened to me on Halloween night. I was 16 years old at the time. My family lived in a pretty affluent neighborhood. I always enjoyed Halloween, even when I was too old to go trick-or-treating. Our trick-or-treating was always very amazing. Tons of children from my own neighborhood and other neighborhoods in the town would come to my area to search for candy. My family always gave out full-size candy bars, so we were always pretty popular. Well, this night, it wasn't as great as it had been before. My parents and younger brother were out of town, and unfortunately, around 3 in the afternoon, I began to get a migraine headache. I suffered from these often. I knew when it hit that it was going to be a doozy, too. I'd probably missed the entire trick-or-treating event. I didn't want the kids in the neighborhood to go without candy. But I also didn't want them knocking on the door when I had a migraine. So I went out and got the candy bowl and put it on the porch. I put a sign out there that no one was home, and for each kid to take one candy bar from the huge bowl. I also wrote that no one was home, so please do not ring the doorbell if the bowl goes empty. There was an obvious security camera that would ensure that each kid only took one bar. I felt so bad about the whole thing, but if you've ever had a severe migraine, you would know exactly how I was feeling. The best thing for me to do was get some solid sleep. Hopefully, when I woke up in the morning, I wouldn't be hurting anymore. The kids were very respectful. I woke up several times, but it wasn't because the kids were being loud or anything. I just woke up. I'd look over at the clock, and then promptly fall right back to sleep. The night crawled by. Before I knew it, it was dark outside. Not too long after that, I woke up and looked at the clock. It was past trick-or-treating time. I fell back asleep after that. My headache hadn't gone away yet, but it was getting better each time I woke up. But then, I woke up again. I tried to turn to look at the clock. I realized then that I couldn't move, even though my migraine was much better. I had to groan inwardly as I realized what had just happened. In addition to migraines, I was prone to bouts of sleep paralysis too. And it seemed like right then, it decided to strike. I knew it would be best to just close my eyes and pray that I would go right back to sleep, but I couldn't right away. I was beginning to feel panicky, because when I had hallucinations, they were awful hallucinations, but they were auditory as well. So closing my eyes wasn't always going to immediately solve the issue. Still, I tried. I closed my eyes and prayed I'd be falling back to sleep really quickly. As I lay there, I heard something It was a creaking noise. It was as if someone were opening my bedroom door. Rather than look, though, I just closed my eyes tighter, but the noise didn't quit. I knew I would fall asleep if I was thinking about it, so I opened my eyes. My heart rate increased as I saw something by the door. The door was a bit open, and there was something looking in the room at me. It was some strange goblin-looking creature. The only thing I could compare it to were the Gamorrean, those green pig-like guards that worked for Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, I was nerdy enough to know what they were called. And it was looking through the partially opened door at me. In fact, even though its eyes were pretty dark, I could tell that we were looking each other in the eyes. Slowly, the creature opened the door. He cautiously approached me. I felt my breathing accelerate. I had to keep telling myself that it was not real. As it got closer, I just decided to close my eyes. Either I would fall back asleep or hear noises, but at least I wouldn't have to look at it anymore. I still heard creaking noises, though. He was walking around the room. After a while, though, I heard it walk back towards the door. I only knew this because I heard the noise of the door closing again. I opened my eyes a bit and looked in the room. I was still unable to move, but the monster was gone. After a while, I was able to fall back asleep. The next time I woke up, the sleep paralysis was gone, along with my migraine. I got up and went to get a glass of water. I was shocked as I walked into the living room. Someone had broken into our house, and we were obviously robbed. Things were overturned, and things were missing. This must have happened when I was sleeping. I went and called the police. As I mentioned, we lived in a pretty upscale neighborhood. We had security cameras, and when the police took them and looked at them, they confirmed that the person who robbed us was dressed up like a green pig guard from Return of the Jedi. In fact, he was so confident in his disguise that he had even waved to the security camera before breaking into the house. My sign, left out for the trick-or-treaters, had told him that nobody was home, so that's why he targeted our house. But the monster that I thought was created by my mind on Halloween during sleep paralysis was real, and he had been in my bedroom with me for several moments, and the police never caught him either. The costume was just that good. My trick-or-treat horror. When I was 12 years old, I was getting to that age when my friends began thinking we were getting too old to go out and trick-or-treat. I always loved doing it, so I wasn't about to completely give it up before I was really ready to. Fortunately, although my other buddies kept talking about not going out anymore, they ended up being just talk mostly. Plus, trick-or-treating to them was also an alibi. They wanted to do another great Halloween tradition, playing pranks. So we got into our costumes, got our bags, and hit some houses. My friends were also a bit rude to some of the people that gave us candy. They would make sarcastic comments about how lousy the candy was, and one of my friends even told an old woman that her candy was so awful that he was going to come back and egg her house later. I was embarrassed each time they did something like that, but they were my friends, so I didn't tell them to quit. The trick-or-treating lasted about 4 hours in my town. My friends and I hit it early, and only went around for about an hour. After that, they really were in the mood to go out and find the true fun in Halloween. horror. First, we went and we hung out in the graveyard for a little while. That didn't last long, because there were much older teenagers out there drinking beer. I remember my friend Aaron went up and actually asked them to give us a beer. The guys told us to get the hell out of the cemetery before they kicked our asses, though, and we moved on. They had been planning on egging some houses, but they couldn't do that until the trick-or-treating was over. So we had to find something else to keep us busy until then. The teenagers killed our cemetery plans, so we went out in search of something else that was scary. That was when a friend of mine suggested that we go to the house. I think every neighborhood has a house that kids talk about as if it were something scary. Ours was an abandoned house. The kids always told the story that a father went crazy in the house and murdered his entire family before putting them down the garbage disposal. Ever since then, no one wanted to live there. So the house stayed empty and was a source of much horror throughout the year, not just on Halloween. Kids our age would normally dare each other to go up to it, or go in it, or anything like that. Most kids would just either do it or they would chicken out. We had stories of what would have happened to those kids, and we thought they were true back when we were young. It was down a dark and dead-end street. I guess that only helped its reputation. We were surprised when we went to it, though. Trick-or-treating was far from over. There were nearly no kids on that road at all. There were also no teenagers or anyone hanging out there. But even stranger, there was a jack-o'-lantern on the porch. It didn't have a candle in it, and it looked like it was already in the stages of decay, but someone had definitely put a jack-o'-lantern on the porch. "Hey, Bobby," my friend Mark addressed me. "I dare you to go smash that pumpkin." I can't even begin to tell you how much I did not want to do this. I didn't want to go up to that house during the daytime, much less in the dark on Halloween night. But I also didn't want to be mocked by my buddies for the rest of my life either. When your friends dare you to do something like this, you generally do it. Slowly, I walked up to the house. God, my knees were shaking. I was sure my friends could see it. I just wanted to turn and run off, but I knew I couldn't. The pumpkin was sitting right up the staircase, on the opening to the porch. The rest of the porch had like a 2-foot-tall fence blocking it from view. This was not very comforting to me, I'll let you know. I imagined something, some person or even a monster, crouched down on the porch, out of view, waiting for me to ascend the stairs so it could grab me. Despite these thoughts, I was being egged on by my friends, so I walked up the steps and grabbed the pumpkin. I raised it up, about to smash it. That was when I thought I should probably look around the porch and see if anyone or anything was up there with me. I looked over to the right of me and froze. Something was on the porch with me, but it wasn't a monster. It was a body tied up, but I assumed it was dead. I screamed and threw the pumpkin down, smashing it. My friends all cheered for me and rushed up to the porch. When they looked over at what I saw, all 5 of us took off running down the street as quickly as we could. We booked over to George's house, as it was the closest to us. We told his dad, who didn't believe us at first, but we insisted and he called the police. When the police arrived, they didn't find a body on the porch, but upon going into the house, they found it there, which means that it was moved in a short time after we ran from the house, which also means We weren't alone when we were there. Whoever moved that body had to have been in the house. I wondered how close I had been to becoming another victim. Cemetery. I grew out of things like trick-or-treating really quickly. I think I stopped going out when I was 10. I stayed home and tried to find other things to do. By the age of 13, I began going out with my friends on Halloween night. We didn't do anything like egg houses or anything. We just walked around the neighborhood and talked, and did things like that. By the time I was 15, my friend George was able to get beer from his father, so he'd always bring it out. We'd go out drinking. We were always able to find somewhere to drink. Our favorite place was this abandoned house that was easy to get into. And we weren't able to do this anymore when I was 17, though. Whoever owned the house decided to go ahead and demolish it, so we had to find a new place to hang out on Halloween night. My friend suggested we go and drink beer in the local cemetery. I was hesitant, not because I found the cemetery scary in any way. I just thought it was disrespectful. But we either were going to the cemetery, or we were not going to find a place. I don't know why, but I had assumed that the cemetery would be filled with teenagers or kids. I think people like to scare each other and themselves on Halloween, but we really didn't see anyone. We looked around, and we eventually found a good area and settled down to drink. I was really on edge. Really on edge. Even the beer didn't help. There was just something about walking and sitting on people's graves that didn't sit well with me, and the beer wasn't really helping me to feel any better about it either. The rest of my friends didn't appear to be bothered at all, though. Hell, my friend Jim even leaned up against a gravestone while we chatted. We got pretty loopy, and when we did, I thought I had begun to hear noises, as if someone else was walking around the cemetery. I asked my friends if they heard anything. No one did. They told me it didn't really matter much anyway. It was Halloween, so of course, some kids were going to be playing around in the cemetery. That was when Jim got the ingenious idea that he was going to try to scare whoever it happened to be, if there really was someone out there. We all got quiet and listened. Sure enough, it sounded like someone else was walking around out there. And quietly, Jim had us all creep over to this tomb. His idea was that when whoever it was came around the corner, we all jump out and scream at them. Yeah, it was a lame idea. But we were pretty buzzed by that point anyway, so we weren't really at our creative peak. We still figured it would give the person the shock of their life, though. So we hid, and soon enough, heard the footsteps coming ever closer to the tomb. Jim was prepared to jump out, and we waited. When we knew whomever it was walking was just around the corner, Jim jumped around the corner of the tomb. First, he screamed, "Boo!" and then he gasped. We saw someone had grabbed Jim, and we looked around the corner. A big, hillbilly-looking man, twice the size of any one of us, had his hands around Jim's throat. George and I did our best to beat on the guy, to get him to let go of Jim, but the guy was made of iron or something. We tried to get him to let go, but he was way too strong, and we got worried by how bad he was shaking Jim by the throat, that he was going to kill him, and kill him quickly. I did the one and only thing I could think of. I hauled back my leg as if I was going for a 60-yard field goal, and kicked the guy square in the crotch. Scary thing is, he didn't even let go right away. I had to kick the man again before he let go of Jim. We pulled Jim up off the ground and booked to make it out of the cemetery. I must have kicked him hard enough because he didn't come after us. We called the cops. Get this, though. The man worked in the cemetery. He was just making his rounds, making sure that kids weren't hanging out since it was Halloween night. He did get arrested, though, because even though we were trespassing, the force he used against us was extremely excessive. You could literally see the hand marks on his neck, and he was lucky he didn't experience a crushed larynx. This is the first in a series of Halloween-related videos that will be coming out between now and Halloween. If you have an original Halloween or a ghost story, please email it to the address in the description if you'd like it narrated. Enjoy. The Trick-or-Treater. One of the tricky things about Halloween is that since the holiday is based around costumes and trying to scare people, you can never be 100% sure when someone is trying to play a prank on you, or if they are seriously trying to hurt you. And that was the main issue that I had when this story happened to me. I was in my mid-20s when this happened. I lived alone and actually had my own house. I had a good job and could afford pretty much anything I wanted. I also really loved Halloween, and growing up and trick-or-treating, I always wanted to be the popular house. When I was young, the popular house was always one of the ones that had a lot of Halloween decorations in the yard and gave out mini Snickers bars. So I really did my yard up with all sorts of great Halloween props, and I won up the mini candy bars. Both the backyard and the front yard were made into a full prop-filled haunted house. And I bought full-sized candy bars. Over a few years, my yard got more and more popular, and I always looked forward to Halloween each year. I had been doing these things for about 5 years when I had a really bad experience. For a while, it just seemed like any normal trick-or-treat night. I had a lot of kids coming by, checking out the decorations, and then coming to the house and knocking on the door. I chose to keep at the door rather than sit on the porch, so the kids could see my costume only after I opened the door. Now, with the amount of children we had in the neighborhood, I can't guarantee when I first noticed the figure on the sidewalk. I mean, it was very crowded on the street, and there's no way just one costume would have stood out the first or second time that I had seen it. However, eventually, I noticed that there was a teenager, or someone, who had been standing on the same spot at the foot of my driveway. He was wearing a Leatherface costume, and even had a really realistic-looking chainsaw. I couldn't tell if the saw was chained or not, but I figured it was just a prop. I think I must have seen him a few times standing there, or when I really noticed him, I wouldn't have found it to be unusual. However, after I noticed him, each time I got a knock at the door, I would go out and see him standing at the foot of my driveway in the same place. He was looking at my house, which wasn't too weird because that was the reason my house was decorated. It was to be looked at. But every time that I opened the door, he was there. He was on the sidewalk and looking at my house. I don't think it should surprise anyone that I kept looking over in that direction each time I opened the door. He had shown up at least a half hour after it had gotten fully dark outside, and I'm not going to exaggerate. He did move around just a little bit, but it was never past the area of the front walk in front of my house. As anyone else would likely have to agree, I became very preoccupied by him, and I became a little scared because it was just so creepy. Eventually, trick-or-treating calmed down. Toward the end of the night, when I opened the door, I finally did not see the Leatherface standing outside. And then a few more times,
and the last trick-or-treaters, I still did not see him. I eventually convinced myself that it was just a teenager trying to scare me, and honestly, I found that to be reasonable. I mean, it was Halloween, and, a good scare on Halloween is really worth a lot. I actually even appreciated it after a bit of time. I let it drift from my mind for the rest of the time that I was up that night. A couple hours passed without anything happening, and when I was finally ready to go to bed, I had completely forgotten about the trick-or-treater. I fell asleep with no problem. I got up a while later and had to go to the bathroom and get myself a glass of water. My kitchen is right at the back of the house. After I'd gone to the bathroom, I went into the kitchen. I was drinking some water. I had not yet turned off the lights on some of the props in the backyard. I decided I should go out and unplug them before going back to bed. So I turned on the back porch light and went out there. It was while I was looking around the backyard and turning things off that something caught my eye. Standing in the side yard was a guy dressed as Leatherface, and he was watching me. I, of course, jumped out of my skin, and he noticed that I noticed him. He then took the chainsaw and revved it up, hitting the throttle almost immediately. I only stood there for a moment before I jumped and ran off towards my porch. He was closer to the porch than I had been, so I was really sure he'd be right on my heels. I was sure he would get a hold of me before I got safely in the door. But I was wrong. I was able to get into the house and lock the door. Looking in the backyard, he was there. He hit the throttle again. Then he walked into the side yard. I called the police and they came out. He was gone by then, though. They figured, just like I still figured, that it was nothing but a Halloween prank. I had appreciated it before he showed up in my backyard in the middle of the night. But after that, it was just cruel and freaky. The Tomb. I grew out of trick-or-treating pretty early on. Well, I guess I can't say I really grew out of it. I probably would have done it for a few more years if I hadn't fallen in with the group of friends that I had. They all thought they were too cool to dress up and go looking for candy, so I had to pretend like I felt that way too. So I stopped going out around 12 years old. Instead, we tended to try and do other things on Halloween. That involved anything from sneaking into some abandoned building, playing pranks on other people, and things like that. Yeah, we did a bit of stupid stuff too, and nearly got arrested on more than one occasion. But those occasions did not only happen on Halloween. It was when I was 16 years old that I finally began to get some sort of idea of what sort of trouble hanging out with that group of friends could cause me. There is a graveyard in our area that is known as a haunted graveyard. It has such a reputation that it gets broken into around Halloween often. It has a really formidable fence with sharp edges atop the posts. It was always locked up at night. Well, my friends had the idea to go ahead and break into the cemetery that Halloween. My friend Carl had heard that there were a couple posts in the back of the cemetery that were broken and could be removed, allowing entry. Apparently, he had checked it out beforehand and knew exactly where they were. He decided the four of us needed to break into the cemetery and go on a little bit of a ghost hunt. So we went to the cemetery. It did take us a little while to find the broken bars so we could get in. It was actually a really tight fit, but all four of us were able to make our way through the opening and into the graveyard. We set the bars on the ground so we would know where they are on the way out. We brought a flashlight, but decided not to use it. We had been out in the dark for quite a while, and we were beginning to get very used to the ambient light. We also didn't want to advertise the fact that we were there, in case there were other people who were hanging out in the graveyard. We figured if we came across anyone, we might want to scare them, and if other people were walking around, they might decide to do that to us too. Anyway, we really didn't come across anyone. For a while we were bored. However, at one point, one of my friends found that there was a tomb with a broken door. He thought it would be cool if we went in and hung out. We managed to pull the door open all the way, and we went inside. I have to admit, My heart was beating really hard. I mean, I didn't think that there was anything like a ghost or anything in there. But I guess having a certain amount of respect for the dead is something that is ingrained in you from when you're very young. And I felt definitely like we were violating that standard. We got into the tomb and were shocked at what we saw. I mean, yeah, there were obviously caskets in the tomb, but upon entering, we saw that we weren't the only ones who must have noticed that the door to the tomb was broken, and whoever had found the tomb before us were obviously a lot more dangerous than we were. There were guns lined up and down the far wall of the tomb. There were more guns laying on top of the caskets. I had never seen that many guns in anything other than a gun store. It was scary. I wanted to turn and leave, but I couldn't just force myself to move. Carl, on the other hand, was curious, and he wanted to see if there was anything else inside the caskets. He, despite us asking him not to, went over and opened one of the caskets. After a tense moment, Carl quickly put down the lid of the coffin. He turned towards us, the color completely drained from his face. He immediately began rushing for the door of the tomb. One of our other friends began to walk towards the coffin, and Carl said, "No, let's just get the hell out of here now." His voice was both urgent and scared, and we didn't question it. All the way back to the opening of the fence, the three of us tried to get Carl to tell us what he had seen in the coffin. He wouldn't answer us, though. He remained quiet throughout the entire hurried walk back to the opening in the fence, and he was the first one to go through the hole, and he kept walking while the rest of us made our way through. Once we all got through, we had to rush in order to catch back up with him. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't get Carl to tell us what he had seen in that casket. I mean, it was a casket, so at the very least, it was expected to have a corpse in it. But obviously, Carl saw something in it that was obviously so much worse than a corpse that it freaked him out to the point where he refused to talk about it and has never revealed it to me. The pure fear that I had seen on his face convinced me to never even consider going back to that tomb. I'm not sure if any of my other friends had gone back either, but if they did, they never mentioned it to me. We still hung out with each other through high school, but I haven't seen any of those guys since. I do often wonder if Carl would be willing to reveal what he had seen, now that so much time has actually passed. The bully. I was a bit of a bookworm growing up, and I was also a short and skinny kid as well. As such, I spent a lot of time by myself. One of the reasons was that I didn't get along with a lot of the other kids. Many of them bullied me, but I really didn't let it get to me. I didn't acknowledge the kids who teased me, and I never engaged in fights with them. I truly didn't care what they thought about me, and they never got a rise out of me. I often think that this fact made them hate me even more. And bullies love to get a reaction from the ones they pick on. I just didn't let them really get to me, and it made things bad. There was a group of guys, 4 of them to be exact, who really gave me a hard time when I was in middle school. I think they were also the people who got the angriest at me for not giving them any satisfaction from tormenting me. I didn't realize how sociopathic they were really, though, until one Halloween. We had school that day, and I remained at school after the day was over. I was in the library doing some reading, and I let the night get away from me. Since it was late October, it of course got late very fast, and dark very early. When the librarian came and let me know that the library was closing down, the school building being locked up, I was surprised at how much time I had spent there. I lived quite a bit away from the school. However, our school didn't have much of a bus system, so I had to walk, and I set off on my way home. The streets were remarkably empty. Our town had already had trick-or-treating over the weekend, but I still expected to see people out celebrating Halloween, though. And there wasn't anyone. It was about halfway home when I was walking by a house. After I had walked by, I heard a door open and slam shut. I turned around as, Anyone would, when they hear a noise, break the quiet like that. And I was scared to see those 4 bullies chasing me down. I tried to run, but it was no good. They had gotten the jump on me, and I was not that much of a runner. I got tackled down to the ground roughly. The guys then dragged me up and then across the yard, back to their house. I was terrified, not knowing what they were going to do to me. They took me into the house and slammed the door. Once inside, one of the guys grabbed some rope, and he tied both my hands behind my back and my ankles and then my knees together. I was roughly thrown on the floor. All 4 guys then left the room, and although I could hear them talking, I couldn't make out what they were talking about. When they came back into the room, they all had big, shit-eating grins on their faces. I noticed why. One of them had one of those electric knives that people sometimes use to carve a turkey at Thanksgiving, and he turned it on. I began struggling, trying to do anything to get away. This just made them laugh even more, and then I began telling them if they hurt me, they'd end up getting expelled or going to jail. The response from one of them gave me a chill. That's if the police are able to find the pieces that are left over from you. 2 of the guys then grabbed me and propped me up against the wall. The boy with the knife asked his buddies what part of me they should cut off first. One of them answered, his tongue, making all the other guys laugh. After the tongue, let's take off his dick, one of the others suggested. I was completely freaked. One of the guys grabbed the sides of my cheeks and forced my tongue out of my mouth. The one guy slowly came closer and closer to me with the knife, him laughing and me trying to scream. The knife actually got less than an inch away from the tongue, and right when I thought he was going to cut me, I felt him kick me right in the crotch instead. The one guy let go of my mouth, and all 4 guys laughed at me. Then they punched me a few times more before grabbing me, taking me out to the porch, cutting the ropes, and then forcing me to fall hard into the yard. Then they went into their house, laughing. When I could, I got up and went home. I cried, most of the way, I won't lie. When he was coming at me with that knife, I honestly believed he was going to do it. When I got home, I got cleaned up and went and lay down in bed. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, mostly because I was really embarrassed about it.
Vampire. Halloween is a strange holiday, I guess. I really like it, but I don't do a lot of things that other people do on Halloween. I stopped trick-or-treating when I was really young. I do not ever dress up, and I don't ever go to Halloween parties. Most of the time, I just hang out alone and read about vampires. Now, please don't lose interest in my story because of the vampire thing. I know that recently, goth people have been accusing people with vampire identity as ripping them off, but I know for a fact this is not true. The vampire fad has been going on for decades, mostly since the publication of Interview with a Vampire. I know I am not a vampire. I know that vampires do not really exist, but they do have a really interesting vibe for them. So while I was in high school, I started acting and pretending I was a vampire. It was fun to an extent. I used old vampire lore to justify why I was able to be out in the light. Older vampire stories did not have them killed in the light. They just became weaker. That was why I told my friends that I couldn't use my powers during the day at school when they saw me. I always tried to get into the bars when I was a teenager. I thought if I went in with a crowd, I could sneak past the ID checkers. Sometimes it worked, and on Halloween when I was 17, I was hoping it would work. It didn't, though, and I had to leave the bar. I honestly thought Halloween would be the day where it was so busy that I would be able to slip in. A guy who was in line saw me walking out of the bar. He must have noticed how upset I was, because he got out of line and came to talk to me. I was wearing all black, I had my hair slicked back, and I was pale as I could be. I think anyone who saw me probably thought that I was dressed as a vampire. The guy talked to me and offered to get some beers from a convenience store
and maybe we could go into the graveyard and have a talk. I was a bit scared at first, wondering why he wanted to hang with me. I think he noticed, though, and told me that he used to try to get into the bars when he was younger, and he knows it sucked when he couldn't, and he didn't want to see a vampire not have a fun Halloween. So we got some beers. There was a nearby graveyard that we walked to. There was a fence, but anyone could step over it. We went into the graveyard, found a good place to sit down, and we just drank some beer and we talked for a bit. He began telling me a lot about New Orleans. You know, the place any vampire would want to go. And his stories were similar to the ones I would tell people about being a vampire. So I sort of insinuated that he might be a vampire like me. "Oh, I like vampires," he told me. "As far as being one..." He paused. "As far as being one, I can't really say that I am. I guess all that depends on what you define as a vampire." His stories interested me quite a bit. After I'd had about 3 beers, I was feeling very woozy. Yeah, I was a 17-year-old lightweight. I got up at one point to grab another beer. I was woozy and I fell, and I guess my head hit a tombstone and knocked me out. If you've never been knocked out, it is a very weird experience. You know everything is dark, but you also do not know what is going on. It's weird. But it wasn't nearly as weird as what happened when I woke up. My head was hurting, but it wasn't the only thing that was hurting. My left arm was stinging. I tried to move it, but something was holding it still. When I was able to get my bearings, I noticed the guy was right by me. It looked like he was kissing my wrist. It was then that I realized that he had cut me and was drinking some blood from me. I tried to pull my arm away, but the guy was too strong and I was too drunk and woozy. I passed out again. The second time I woke up, he was gone. A cloth was tied around my wrist, I suppose to stop the bleeding. There were 3 cans of beer sitting by me. The man who had a taste of my blood, however, was gone. Hell, I drank another beer because I was so wigged out by what had happened. I shouldn't have. When I was done, I took the 2 remaining beers and put them in my bag. Yes, I carried a backpack with me all the time. I took them, and I wobbled home. I was out past curfew, and I was stumbling, and I was scared a police officer would pick me up, but I was happy he didn't. Again, there's no such thing as vampires. Some people like to pretend to be vampires, and I thought it was harmless. But some weirdo got me drunk, cut my wrist while I was knocked out, and drank my blood. That's not harmless. I could have bled to death. So anyone who does this sort of thing is a fucking idiot. Too far. I like Halloween, but I also think some people get much more into it than they probably should. Some people just play normal pranks that get a jump scare out of you, but others take it too far. I found this out the hard way. My friends wanted to go to the local haunted house. It was for charity, they told me. But they didn't tell me really what charity it was. I don't know if anyone tells me what charity for these things, now that I think about it. But I decided to go. I don't really get scared by these sort of things. You know that the people dressed up as monsters can't really touch or hurt you. So all you have to do is walk through the haunted house with a grin on your face, and you're fine. So we went. It was a large place, and they actually had several routes in it. The idea, though, was to go by yourself. I had never experienced that before, but it made sense. It might actually be scary if no one was with you. I went through a very interesting route. Everything was strobe lighted, too. People always think strobe lights make everything scary, and I will admit that my heartbeat definitely increased a bit. When I went into different rooms, I did my best to just smirk at the monsters, the actors, you know, and tell them they were doing a good job. In the 4th room, a zombie came up to me. He staggered like a zombie, of course, and I gave him the same look. It was a smirk because I knew that he couldn't touch me. He did get awfully close to me, though, and I was a bit nervous, but I knew he couldn't touch me, so it was fine. And then he grabbed me. He grabbed me hard, and then he thrust me really hard against the wall. It was only then, when he said my name out loud, that I realized what was going on. There was this guy named Richard, who really didn't like me. He didn't really bully me, I guess, because he never tried to fight me, and just called me names every now and then. I mean, I guess that is bullying, but I never considered it so because I was not scared of him in any way. I wasn't scared of him right away now, either. But that changed quickly when he pulled a pocket knife out of his pocket. He opened it and put it against my neck. "You can't do anything to me, Richard," I told him in a weak voice. He pushed the knife up against my neck more. "We're the only ones in here," he responded. "Who the fuck is gonna stop me? I'll definitely tell everyone what you do to me," I responded. His response chilled me. "You can't tell anyone anything if you're dead," he responded. Richard pulled the knife away from me. He reached back with the knife, and he plunged it forward right into my chest. I felt my breath catch for a moment, and I was scared that he stabbed me, and I was about to die. While I was catching my breath, though, he showed me the knife. He had quickly flipped the blade back into the knife before he thrust it at me, so the knife hadn't stabbed me. Richard whispered in my ear, "You don't have any marks on you," he told me. "Your word against mine." Richard then let me go. I immediately left the room and walked quickly through the rest of the house, ignoring everything until I got out. He was right. He had not cut me. I could tell his boss for the police what happened, but there were no other witnesses, so I didn't. What an ass. The fear. I feel a need to warn you about this story. It is completely true, and it happened to me when I was in college. There is a sexual element to it, and if that offends you, you might not want to listen to this story. But it is true, and it is freaking scary. KOC told me that sometimes younger children listen to his stories because of the cats, but we both suggest you do not let them listen to this one. In college I had a bit of an ego, but I thought I deserved it and just wanted to have some fun while I was there. I made a lot of friends, including a girl who I will call Tammy, who had a job as a lab assistant. This is actually very important to the story. Well, I was also a big fan of horror. There was a horror club at the college, and I decided to go ahead and join it. I was not as dorky as all the other people in the club, but I did feel like I fit in with them. The problem for me that I seem to have lost my ability to be scared. I mean, scary movies don't really do anything for me anymore. I listened to YouTube horror channels, and they didn't do much for me either. I remember complaining to Tammy that I really wished that on Halloween something would happen that would truly frighten me. Unfortunately, I got my wish. Tammy told me that she would be able to scare me, and we made a bet on whether she could or not. I knew I was going to win for no better reason than I cannot be scared. I had to agree that since I wanted to be scared, I wouldn't hold anything against her for what she did. On Halloween, Tammy took me to the lab she worked in. We were having some beers, and I guess she wanted to show me what she was going to do to scare me. She showed me this device, which KOC said he would put a picture on the screen. It's a device that is used to decapitate small animals. They used it to kill lab rats. I was a bit shocked, but not scared, though. I asked her why she did that, and she told me that the decapitation was more humane. I honestly could not get my head around that one, but I really didn't know as much about what she was doing as she did. So I asked her if her big plan was to cut a rat's head off in order to scare me. She laughed and told me no. My brain got a little fuzzy as we talked. She then told me she needed to blindfold me. I agreed to this. And after she had me blindfolded, I was surprised that Tammy began to undress me. It was a real shock, but yeah, a sexy girl undressing you is not a bad thing. Plus, I had always thought she was pretty hot. Tammy got me totally naked, and then she led me across the room. She grabbed that certain part of me, and I, of course, got excited. But then two things happened. She guided my junk into something cold and metallic, and someone else grabbed me from behind, holding me in place. I panicked, but it was worse when she removed the blindfold, and I saw that my penis was in the decapitation guillotine. I think most guys out there would agree with me that having your junk be in that immediate and scary danger would sober you up pretty quickly. But what was more, I was being held by somebody much stronger than me. I couldn't get my penis out. There was Tammy. She had a smile on her face. She did not tell me a word. She simply walked over and put her hand on the lever of the small guillotine. And then she said, "And you think I couldn't scare you? Well, you're about to lose your dick." I didn't even have time to protest. Tammy quickly pulled the lever down on the guillotine, and I screamed for her not to. And yes, I was scared when she quickly and mercilessly cut it off. My heart was beating in and out of my chest, and I was panicked. Oh my God, I ruined my life and lost my dick simply because I wanted this girl to scare the crap out of me. But then I noticed there was no pain. Tammy began laughing her head off. Looking down, there was no damage. She had removed the bolts on the lever that pushed the blade down, so only the lever went down. She hadn't cut me off. The person holding me let me go. It was my dorm roommate, Todd, who was laughing his ass off. Now, I don't know how many of you would feel about this. I'm sure a lot of you might have been mad at her. She got my strong roommate to hold me in place and made me think she was cutting my junk off. Me, on the other hand, I wasn't mad at all. That girl scared the holy shit out of me. And I can tell you to this day, I will never, ever be that desperate to be scared again. Hey everyone, I'm hoping you're having a scary Halloween. My plan was to get Dracula out today, and it is nearly finished. However, it won't be out today because I have someone who needed to re-record some lines. But I did not want to leave you all alone, empty-handed, without something on Halloween. So please enjoy this trick-or-treat story. Trick-or-treat. I always enjoyed going trick-or-treating, but I also liked staying home and handing out candy. When I got older and lived by myself, I lived in a nice neighborhood. The kids were big into trick-or-treating in that area. I always had a ton of candy, and I just loved watching kids and adults in costumes roaming the streets and looking for candy. With so many people out trick-or-treating, it would be difficult to remember any one costume for any real amount of time. But there really was one thing that would make a particular costume stand out, and that would be behavior. There was a guy who was dressed up as Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Not only did he have a great costume, but he also had one of those prop chainsaws that do not have a chain on them. He was having a lot of fun, running back and forth, chasing kids and parents, most of them laughing and having a good time. A few kids got a little scared, but when he noticed that was the case, he was nice and he would back off. I remember spending a good deal of time watching this character on that Halloween night. In contrast to his costume, he seemed like a really friendly, happy-go-lucky guy. He indeed made the entire thing a lot more fun than it would have been without him. Later that night, when things had calmed down a bit, I curled up with a bowl of popcorn and something to drink.
I was ready to just relax and watch a scary movie or two before going to bed. Honestly, I couldn't even remember what movie I was watching, but it was creepy. That was when I got a phone call. I picked it up and said, "Hello?" There was someone on the other end, but they were not speaking. I asked who it was and received no answer. After a few moments, I got tired of it and I hung up the phone. I can't recall actually how much time passed before I heard the phone ring again. Again, there was definitely someone on the other end. As before, though, this person did not respond to me at all. They just listened to me, and all I could hear was the breath of a man on the other end of the line. I hung up the phone. By this point, I was pretty freaked out by what had happened. I told myself that if he was to call back even one more time, I would hang up and call the police. I mean, it wasn't completely unusual to get a prank phone call on Halloween. People on Halloween like to play jokes on each other, but I did decide that a third call would definitely be going way too far. I went back to watching my movie, and I mostly forgot about the calls. Another call did not come through, though, so I figured whoever was playing the prank was just going to move on to the next prank. As I was sitting, I then saw some movement through one of my windows. It caught my attention, and I looked over at the window. Although I had only seen it for a moment, there was someone watching me through the window. I really did not get a very good look at him, though. It was so sudden. I went up and walked over to the window, looking out. I didn't see anyone at first, but then I noticed it. That man that was dressed as Leatherface was outside, and he was walking into my backyard. I cannot describe how scared that made me. I went over to the phone and quickly called the police. They sent someone out to the house. They told me to simply remain inside, and suddenly I heard a pounding on my back door. I froze in fear. There was, of course, no way I was going to answer that door. But there it was again. It was a really hard pounding as well, and seemed somewhat anxious. I just stopped and waited, hoping the police would get there soon. I watched as the flashing lights appeared, and 2 officers went into my backyard. There wasn't any commotion really, and in a few moments, I noticed them leading someone in cuffs out of my backyard. But it wasn't the Leatherface guy. It was someone else. The Leatherface guy was walking free with the cops. There was a knock on my front door. The Leatherface guy was at the door, but he was not wearing his mask. I was nervous, but I opened the door, and he was standing there with 1 cop. Well, it turned out the man dressed as Leatherface was an off-duty police officer. He had been outside and noticed someone sneaking into my backyard. He went in the back, confronted the guy, and then arrested him. The cop had been knocking on my door to explain what was going on. The man who had called me and snuck into my backyard turned out to be a serial rapist. It chills me deeply to think he may have hurt me, and it's ironic to me that the person who saved me was dressed as a fictional serial killer. Loner. I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. There were times when I would have someone to hang out with for a short period of time, but those friendships rarely lasted very long. More often than not, I ended up being alone. I didn't mind being alone, really. It was nice to have time to think, and I did that quite a lot. I used to go on really long walks, simply to have time to think. While I didn't have many long-term friends, I did know a couple of bullies. And the absolute worst bully I ever knew was this guy named Billy. He was one of those childhood, and eventually teenage, thugs that you knew was going to end up in prison someday. He was always getting into fights. He was always getting suspended from school. And before he was 16 years old, he was expelled from school. This story, however, takes place before that happened. I was 13 years old at the time, and I think Billy was 15, and it happened on Halloween night of that year. Now, I had trick-or-treated the year before. I probably would have done so at 13 if I had friends to go with me. But I was feeling a bit weird about the whole idea. Still, I loved the atmosphere of trick-or-treating. I liked seeing all the people out there enjoying Halloween. So although I didn't dress up, and I didn't go house to house asking for candy, I actually did go out for a long walk in the neighborhood. In our neighborhood, tons and tons of children would be out trick-or-treating. People went all out in decorating their houses. Individual yards got turned into haunted houses. And parents dressed up to try and scare trick-or-treaters as they came up to their houses. This is why I was not able to just stay home on Halloween night. It was just way too fun. So I walked through the neighborhood, back and forth a few times. Seeing everyone having so much fun did sort of get me down after a little while. It made me feel that maybe it would have been okay one more time to go out trick-or-treating. But of course, by that point, it was too late to change my mind. As trick-or-treating wound down, I was feeling even more down than I had been before. So I decided I would keep walking. I walked out of the neighborhood, and I even walked out of town. I hadn't brought a watch with me, so I was never exactly sure how long I had been out, or what time it was. When you are depressed and walking around, you can lose track of time pretty quickly. At one point, I came across a cemetery that was out of town. Feeling that my Halloween had been a bit disappointing, I decided maybe a trip through the cemetery might cheer me up a bit. I could still end my Halloween with a spooky time. Have you ever been walking, and you come along a stray dog or a stray cat? And a lot of times, you do that, and the animal follows you around? It's usually a nice thing to happen. As I walked into the cemetery, a really big Rottweiler came trotting up toward me. At first, I froze out of fear. I mean, those dogs are huge, and I had no idea what to expect from it. I was pleasantly surprised, though, when the dog came up to me and nuzzled my hand. So I tried to be brave and pat the dog on the head. He was responsive, so I tried scratching his ears. He liked that too. So I decided that I had come across a friendly companion for my walk through the cemetery. I have to admit also that I was a bit happier to have the dog with me for my walk. Cemeteries are pretty scary, no matter what. The dog trotted right beside me as I walked through the graveyard. Even with him there, I have to admit to being a bit unnerved. But that's what I was looking for. It was quiet in the cemetery, and the small breezes of wind, making the trees rustle a bit, was eerie. However, I was only slightly unnerved about being there. The dog stayed with me throughout the entire walk through the cemetery. But when I got to the other side, to the exit, he only followed me for a short period of time afterward. The dog sat on the ground and looked at me. I stopped and gave his ears another scratch. I thanked him for coming along with me. He then turned and ran back toward the cemetery. I have to admit, I was a little disappointed at losing my companion, but I was happy for the experience. I started thinking maybe he wasn't a stray. Maybe he was a guard dog that belonged to whoever was the caretaker for the cemetery. If so, he was the nicest guard dog I had ever come across. One of the things that I didn't like about Halloween was that it often fell on a weekday, so I had school the next day. I had been out really late the previous night, so I was sort of sleepwalking through the day. During lunchtime, I was eating alone, and that was when someone came and seated themselves across from me at the table. I was shocked to see that it was Billy. I was scared, but also surprised. He wasn't the kind of guy to bully someone in the lunchroom, where he would easily be caught. "Enjoy your little walk through the graveyard?" he asked me. "You're so chicken shit that you had to take your dog with you? Well, you can't have him with you all the time, you little fag." And with that, Billy got up and left. I was stunned. It took me a little while to try and put two and two together. Once I did, I realized that he and his buddies must have been hanging out in the cemetery, and they saw me walking through the previous night. As his comments sunk in further, I realized that the only reason this sociopath hadn't attacked me was because of that huge Rottweiler that had followed me through the graveyard. I don't really know what to think about that. Did the graveyard have a guard dog? I had no way of knowing, and I was not going to go there or call there and ask. Was it a stray dog that just coincidentally came up upon me? I have no idea. But knowing how crazy and mean Billy was, if he had attacked me that night, who knows what would have happened to me? It wouldn't have been good. The lights. Since it is the season now, I thought I would share a very scary experience that happened to me once on Halloween. It was a normal Halloween for the most part. I was a teenager at the time. I didn't do things like trick-or-treat anymore. But I did go over to my best friend's house in order to watch scary movies. This was in the late 1980s, so we didn't have access to as much horror content as you can get on the internet nowadays. All we could really have was a VCR, and my family didn't actually have a VCR, but my friend Alan's family did. So whenever they would make a trip to the video store, especially on Halloween, I would go over there, and we would just watch a bunch of scary movies. Alan didn't live very close to me. My parents had to drive me to his house. After watching the movies, I normally would have spent the night. This was because by the time we were done watching, my parents would have already gone to bed. Then, my parents would come and get me sometime the following day. But there had been a few occasions when I would have walked back to my own house from Alan's house. We had a pretty good time watching movies that night. I can still remember a few of the movies we had watched. Carrie, A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, and Prom Night. We started watching early, so we usually got through about 5 movies, but I don't remember what the others were. It was well past midnight by the time we were done watching the movies. And like normal, Alan had fallen asleep before we were done. I got through them all, though. I went to get ready for bed, and that was when I realized that I had forgotten to bring something with me that I absolutely needed if I was going to get any sleep. I always slept with earplugs in my ears, because the slightest sound would always wake me up. This might not seem like a big deal to most people, but it was a huge deal to me. Alan was one of those deep sleepers, and he wouldn't be up for like 8 hours. I wasn't prepared to not be able to sleep for that long, so I decided that I would just go ahead and head on home. It would take me about an hour to make the walk, but it would be worth it when I would actually be able to sleep. So I decided that I would go ahead and do that. I left Alan a note. He knew that I had to have the earplugs asleep, so he wouldn't be upset at me for leaving. Alan lived in the town next over from my own town. Both of these towns went to the same school system, which is how the two of us became friends. In order to get from one town to the next, I would have to walk out of town, and along this road by this forest on both sides. It was dark and very creepy, and I was not looking forward to doing it. I almost actually changed my mind. When I got to the forested part of the road, I could feel my heartbeat starting to beat much faster. I just had to remind myself that I had done this before. There was nothing to be scared of, and that very soon I would be at home and I would be in bed. Walking through that area, it was very dark. I could see a little bit, but not much. I had a light on my watch, but it was one of those LCD lights in a digital watch, and at the time, they barely even let you see the numbers on the watch, much less using it as a flashlight. Eventually, something caught my eye off to the right of me. Peering into the forest, I noticed what looked like some very faint lights. They were a bit away from me, but watching them, they looked like they were coming closer. They got closer as I watched, and I eventually was able to make out that there were 3 of them, and they were moving in my direction, really slowly. I have to admit, into believing in things like ghosts and UFOs and things like that. So seeing 3 lights moving toward me from a forest in the pitch black in the middle of the night, I lost my nerve. I began running as fast as I could. I ran and ran until I got all the way to the end of the forested part of the road, and then some. Finally I looked back. I didn't see anything behind me, so I turned and went back to walking home. I was walking a bit faster than I had been before I noticed the lights. I didn't quit until I got home. It was several days later when I heard the news that scared the hell out of me. A dead body of a young man in his early 20s was found buried in a shallow grave. The grave was in the woods, along that road I had been walking on that night on Halloween. It was in the middle of the forest. Later that day, 3 men were arrested in suspicion of the murder. One of them cracked during questioning and confessed to everything. Now, I have absolutely no way of knowing if those 3 lights that I had seen were flashlights from those 3 men making their way out of the forest after burying the man they had killed. But the timing seems perfect, doesn't it? The murder happened on Halloween that day, and the body was found in that area. Whether or not it was them is something I would never know, but I will always believe that it was. I ran away because I thought the lights I was seeing were ghosts. Honestly, if I had thought that they were 3 men with flashlights, I probably wouldn't have run. I wouldn't have thought that was something to be scared of. So if it was them, my believing in ghosts may have saved me from a similar ending. The bridge. Okay, I've told this story before to friends, and some of them have had their doubts about it. But I always take the story with a grain of salt. And that doesn't mean I want you to doubt that the story happened. It definitely did. But since it happened on Halloween, it is quite possible that it may have just been a prank. I really don't know whether or not it was a prank or it was serious. In the town I grew up in, we have a pretty big graveyard. And of course, when Halloween comes around, it turns into the center of teenage activity in the town. Groups of teenagers can always be found in different parts of the graveyard, drinking, smoking weed, sometimes having sex. Although honestly, the very idea of having sex in a graveyard is confusing to me. I struggle to think how anyone can find that arousing. Me and my 2 best friends were not too keen on hanging out in the graveyard, however, but we couldn't hang out at any of our homes. Whenever we wanted to drink or smoke weed, we could never do it in our homes. There was always someone who was there, who would catch us if we did. We also, as I mentioned, did not want to go to the graveyard. There were too many people who would be there, albeit in small and spread out groups,
and since the graveyard had a reputation, it was a much more likely place for the police to come if they were going to try and bust some kids. Whenever we smoked pot, we would go to this bridge that was out of town. It was a bridge that was built for a train, so we never had to worry about cars driving by and someone catching us. Freight train operators wouldn't notice, wouldn't care if they did, and they wouldn't be able to stop if they did either. So we waited until the sun went down, of course, but it didn't really matter. We made our way over to the railroad track and followed it. We had been out to the bridge so often that even in the dark it wasn't difficult for us to know where we were going. We followed the railroad tracks, right out of the town, and into the more rural area surrounding the town. We eventually came to the creek that the bridge spanned. Once we got there, we had to climb down to get under the bridge. There was some concrete that was obviously used in support of the bridge that we always sat on while we smoked weed and talked. We knew that we hadn't been the first teenagers in history to have discovered that spot under the bridge. The walls of the small tunnel had graffiti on it that indicated others had known about it before we had. But up until then, we had never run into anyone else there, and as usual, there was no one there that time either. So we sat down and prepared to have a good time. We were down there for quite a while, having a pretty good Halloween. "Hey, what the hell is that?" one of my friends asked out of nowhere. Looking to see where he was pointing, we noticed something off in the distance. Someone was walking along the creek that the bridge was built over. "Just some guy," I recall responding to my friend, although we had never encountered anyone before walking along the creek. We kept watching as he got closer and closer, and when he ceased being a shadow in the distance, we were able to finally see what was coming toward us. "I don't freaking believe this," I said. It was a clown. Now, I didn't want to mention when this story happened before I began telling it. And that's because it happened in 2016, when that whole weird clown sighting thing was going on. I didn't want it to seem obvious right away what the story was going to be about. All three of us watched scary stuff on YouTube, so by that time, we were all very familiar with the clown thing happening. This was in the middle of the height of what was going on. We had seen videos of ones that were obviously set up by people. But this was real, because we didn't take a video of it, and we hadn't set anything up to scare ourselves. And a lot of these sightings were in areas like the one we were in. Unlike many people who spotted clowns, we were not curious enough to spend much time trying to figure out what was going on. And if it had been anything except a clown, we would have chalked it up to a Halloween stunt. But we were not willing to risk it. The three of us climbed up back to the railroad tracks, and we started hustling along the tracks. We looked back after a while, and we were able to see that the figure had moved up from the creek to the tracks. But he was moving very slowly, so it didn't seem like he was trying to catch us. But we had no doubt that he was trying to scare us. I wish that we had been able to record this. At the time, everyone had a video of their clown encounter, and ours was just a story, so no one would read our story. But it's been a while, and I hope that you'll read it, Killer Orange Cat, because it was scary as hell to us.
The Tomb. I stopped being involved in trick-or-treating around the time I was 12 or 13 years old. That's pretty on point for most people that I hear who stopped doing that, and it wasn't something I missed much. I started hanging out with friends and watching scary movies and things like that on Halloween. It was when I was 16, when I had the scariest Halloween of my entire life. My two best buddies, Jack and Tom, wanted to go exploring in the night. I mean, they believed in ghosts and things like that, and they thought they would be able to see one on Halloween. We all sort of lived out in the country. Jack, however, absolutely lived way out in the country. And that was not the most interesting thing about him, though. He knew about an old cemetery that was also way out in the country. They were supposedly some mountain folk, as Jack liked to call them, that had their own cemeteries out in the hills. They lived all their lives out there, so it made sense they'd want to be buried there. We got together to go out in the hills pretty early in the afternoon. And don't get me wrong, we weren't hiking through trees or something like that. We took Jack's car, and we drove through the country roads into the hills. It took a while, but eventually we turned on a road that led to an old rickety gate. We were not able to drive into the gate, it was too small. So we got out. Walking past the gate, we arrived at the old cemetery, and it was a pretty interesting place. I don't want you to think this was some weird hick sort of thing. This was a real, fenced-in graveyard with real gravestones. I wish I could remember the name of it, but I cannot. It wasn't like Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, where there is basically nothing there. But the stones were old, and a little eroded. But it was also unattended. Trees and other plant life had grown over it. It was definitely a spooky thing to experience on Halloween. We were young, and not really skeptical. So in a way we were hoping that we would experience a ghost or something like that. We came upon a tomb that was about in the middle of the graveyard. This whole time, I actually expected that Jack had been to the graveyard before. I mean, he had driven there, and wasn't following a map or anything like that. So I also thought, being the prankster that Jack happened to be, that he was probably setting something up to try and scare Tom and me. And when we got to that tomb, it seemed like the perfect setup. "So, you guys want to go in?" Jack asked. Tom was hesitant to go in. I was hesitant in a different way. Like I was expecting Jack to do something. He was a good practical joker, but he had to think that we would be hesitant to go into the tomb, so he might play the joke outside the tomb. So I wasn't sure which one to do. "I'll go in first if you two are too chicken," Jack told us. He walked over, and the door to the tomb was ajar. My suspicion was that he had been in there before, and left it that way. I did not follow Jack into the tomb. For a few moments it was quiet. I was waiting for the jump scare to come. I braced myself for it, waiting. I waited longer, and longer. "Jack," I called out to him, "you're not scaring us." No answer. "Jack, just come on out," I told him. No answer. I told Tom that I thought we'd have to play this out. Jack wasn't going to give in, so we might as well go in the tomb and get it over with. "We're coming in, Jack, but we won't be surprised," I yelled. We slowly went in and opened the door. Jack was lying on the floor. As I got closer to him, I noticed two things. Jack was bleeding from the head, and he wasn't breathing. I quickly moved Jack onto his back. I made sure I was right, and yeah, he was dead. He was not breathing at all. I started performing CPR immediately. Fortunately, we had learned it in driver's ed. I kept doing it, and it kept taking a whole lot of time. And I was scared that I didn't know why my friend was dead. I also didn't know what he had been hit on the head with. But I was too busy trying to get him alive again. It took a while, but he finally began breathing again. It wasn't like when you see in the movie. The breathing began slowly, and Jack wasn't really Jack yet. He was breathing and his eyes were open, but I could tell there was nothing behind the eyes. And Tom and I got Jack back up. We were able to get him out of the cemetery and into the car. From there, we had to drive him to the hospital. And we did. Jack wasn't Jack for a while. I don't know how to explain it. He didn't talk to anyone and barely moved. After about a week, he began trying to bite everyone. And when he finally began getting his personality back, we tried to figure out what had happened. All he remembered was quickly seeing someone and getting his head hit with a rock. But when we went back to the tomb, there was no one there, and no rock that had blood on it. We didn't see anyone when we went into the tomb. I don't think Jack did that to himself. I mean, that would be the dumbest prank of all time because he would have killed himself. So to this day, we don't know who attacked Jack, and we don't know what really happened. We've gone back to the tomb several times, and each time, there's been nothing. Trick or treat. I've heard a lot of trick-or-treating stories this year, but none of them mention what trick-or-treating was like for me. Some of them have people driving into town to go trick-or-treating, but for me and my family, we live pretty far out in the country. We didn't drive into town to go trick-or-treating. We drove around in the hills to go trick-or-treating. We would drive on the dirt roads up and down hills, reaching the houses out in the hills, and it was expected if people kept their lights on. However, I should mention that there were some houses of very religious people who thought Halloween was an immoral holiday. They would put signs on the driveway in order to keep trick-or-treaters away. Oh, another thing I want to mention before going into the story. This was a long time ago. This was long before people started believing that Halloween treats had to be checked for things like poison or razor blades or anything. So we would get things like apples and other sort of things, like cupcakes or cookies. In fact, we also got things like caramel apples and fudge. Wrapped up candy was not something that we really got at all that time. Anyway, we had a lot of kids in my family, and I was one of the youngest. So even though my dad used to drive me trick-or-treating earlier in my life, once my older brother got old enough to drive the pickup truck, he would drive us out to go trick-or-treating. My older brothers, who are still alive today, and very, very country boy types to this day, were way more like that when I was younger. But they always carried pocket knives with them wherever they went. Often where they went was out in the hills. As they got older, they also began carrying BB guns. However, when they got into their early teens, they also began to be allowed to carry rifles. Both of my older brothers always carried their rifles. Another thing is that my older brothers were driving the old pickup truck when they reached the age of 13. They were actually taught to drive at a younger age. I was too. But they were allowed to drive out by themselves and drive out with us kids. And that is what happened on the Halloween night that this story took place. I was 11 years old at the time, and so I was at an age where I could still get scared of things. And we were getting ready to go trick-or-treating. This was happening on Halloween night, and they didn't have it on different days back then. You just went on Halloween, and trick-or-treating was meant to do at night too. My older brothers got to drive us out when we went trick-or-treating, and by this time, they actually were driving the car, not the pickup truck, and that was somewhat rare. But my mom didn't want them taking the truck out in the dark. She thought doing this would be a lot scarier for me and my younger brother and sister. So it was 5 of us in the car, and we drove out into the country to go trick-or-treating. It was pretty straightforward. If people were not participating in trick-or-treating, there would be some indication of this at the end of the driveway. However, most of our neighbors out there were taking part, and we got lots and lots of treats. We didn't drive up to the houses, though. We pulled slightly into the driveway, got out of the car, and then walked up to the houses. And that was the procedure. I wasn't really scared driving around at night in the hills. I was used to it. Me and my brothers had their rifles in the car, in case something bad were to happen. But the country is a lot less frightening when you live out in it. We had been out for a while when we came upon a house that we really didn't know. They didn't have a sign or anything on their mailbox, but there were also no lights or anything coming from inside the house. There was an old pickup truck there by the house, though. My brothers weren't sure about going to a house with no lights. I should point out that, unlike a lot of older brothers, mine did not want to scare us. They were good guys, and were actually very protective of us. But once they got talking about it, they thought that maybe it would be cool to do something for Halloween. And maybe the people who lived in that house wanted to do something scary. And so they got us kids out of the back of the car, and it was a long and dark driveway that we began walking on. I have to admit to being scared. We walked up the dark driveway. We then walked up the steps onto the porch. My older brothers were in the lead. It was my oldest brother, Jeb, who knocked on the door. And when he did, the door opened just a little bit. It wasn't closed or locked in any way. It was quiet. Not only was there no answer to the door knocking, there were no sounds at all. Jeb knocked on the door again. Again, not only did no answer come, but there were no noises at all. "Hey there!" Jeb yelled out. "It's okay if you ain't giving out candy, but I just want to make sure you're okay in there." There was again no answer. Jeb turned to our other older brother. "Take the kids back to the car," he instructed. "I'm going to go in the house, just to make sure no one is hurt or worse. The door's not locked, so I'm guessing someone's home." And so my brother Chet began to take us back. I kept looking over my shoulder. I was interested as to what might have been going on. But we got back to the car. Before we got in the car, we heard a noise, and Jeb came running out of the house. He did not say anything, but just ran to the car. He then went over to the driver's door and threw up. He got into the car, making sure all of us were in there. When your older brother is obviously scared of something, you end up being scared of something. That is a guarantee. And all of us younger kids were terrified, wondering what could have happened to scare Jeb. "Just don't worry," Jeb told us. "We're just going to go home." You could hear the fear in his voice, and that made us even more scared. My two younger siblings were crying, and I was doing my best to keep them calmed down. But it was hard if you could have seen the terror in Jeb's face. He drove us fast home, and when he did, he told us to wait in the car while he went to talk to Dad. After a little while, Jeb and Dad came out of the house. Dad was carrying his shotgun. He told Chet to take us into the house and lock the door. He and Jeb went out. It was hours later when Dad and Jeb came home, but it was a bit longer before Jeb told us what had happened. Dad wanted him to tell us because he figured we would be more afraid if we didn't know. Jeb went into the house. He found a naked woman dead on the bed in the bedroom. She had been stabbed in the chest. A man was alive but passed out, laying with his arm over her. She was not breathing and he was. There were whiskey bottles on the bed, and Jeb figured the guy must have murdered her and then passed out drunk. And Jeb had run out because he was terrified the guy might get up. My dad called the law, and then he and Jeb went back to the house to make sure the guy didn't leave. I don't know much else about the story. My dad wouldn't let us listen to anything about it on the radio. And it happened so long ago that I haven't seen any articles about it online. I assume the guy went to jail. The one thing I did know is that he was arrested for the murder. But beyond that, it's nothing I know. The porch. Halloween is my favorite holiday. I love giving out candy to trick-or-treaters and things like that. However, I did have one Halloween that did not go very good for me. I was living alone in a 2-bedroom house that I bought when I was only 19 years old. This story happened 5 years after that. The house I bought was a bit out in the country. That's why I was able to get it for as cheap as I did. But it was a nice house. On this Halloween, people drove up to my driveway, got out of the house, and they came onto my porch for treats. So I would sit in my rocking chair, dressed as a witch, and give out Reese's peanut butter cups. I know everyone likes those. After the trick-or-treating was over, it was dark outside. I went inside my house and decided to watch some TV. I did this for several hours, and at one point I dozed off. I woke up to hear a noise. Looking up, I went over to my front door, and I looked out the window. Someone was on my porch. I heard some movement. "Hello?" I called out. There was no answer. "Is anyone there?" I asked. I grabbed a poker from my fireplace, and then I walked over to the front door. I looked out the window and didn't see anything. I immediately began thinking it was a raccoon, or something like that. I opened up the door just a little bit, and saw these terrifying eyes looking directly at me. When I did, there was a mountain lion sitting on my porch, and it was tearing apart a deer that was on my porch. I immediately closed the door. I didn't want the lion to think I had any intention of taking its Halloween treat. Those eyes told me to go away, and I went away. I didn't call out animal control or anything like that. I know the lion had done nothing wrong. I didn't want them to do anything about it, but it pretty much had me trapped in my home. It was weird. I didn't think this was a normal thing for a mountain lion to do. I mean, it must have chased the deer into my yard, and then just decided to eat it there. It was there for a long time, and I just waited, and waited for it to eventually leave. And when the mountain lion finally left, I nervously went to the door and opened it, to see the bloody mess it had left behind. I know some people might not think this is a very scary story, but if you've never looked into the eyes of a mountain lion on your porch, consider yourself lucky.
In the corn. My neighborhood had one of those corn mazes every fall. Honestly, I did not quite understand them. It was supposed to be a Halloween attraction, but I could never figure out what corn mazes had to do with Halloween. And it wasn't like it was a haunted corn maze. I've seen those since. It was simply a corn maze that you were supposed to find your way through. The maze did change every year, so it was a new challenge to go through. Now, although I didn't understand the point of these, that didn't mean that I did not enjoy them. I, in fact, loved the corn maze. This was in spite of what happened to me the very first time I went through one. I was 8 years old at the time. My parents didn't work a traditional weekday schedule, and this made things pretty easy on us when it came to going places. What I mean is that we were able to go places when they weren't busy. For example, If you went to see a movie at noon on a weekday, you can enjoy a nearly empty theater. The corn maze opened on a Wednesday. I thought this was odd, too. My mom took us to it that afternoon, and yup, it was completely empty. The attendant told my mom that if we wanted to, we could go through the maze one by one. This would make it more challenging. I begged my mom to let me go through it first, and I did. Even though it was in the middle of the day, I was still scared. It was creepy, sneaking through the maze like that. There were many dead ends, and I hit most of them. An 8-year-old mind could get very paranoid about hitting so many of them. Even though I didn't give it much mind, my brain did start worrying about me not being able to find my way out of the maze. I then heard a voice. I wasn't sure where it was coming from, nor what it actually said at first, but it was a human voice. I began wondering if I had taken so long in the maze that they sent another one of my family members through it. Maybe it was my brother, and he had come looking for me. I tried to follow the voice when I heard it again. I actually followed right into another dead end. I was about to turn around and try a different pathway when I finally heard and understood what the voice said.
Come into the corn.
I was a little freaked out. For some reason, that just seemed like a really weird thing for someone to say if they were in the maze. It was also scary because I couldn't tell where the voice was coming from. I wondered if it was from the other side of the corn wall.
Come into the corn.
I asked if anyone was there. There was a long pause. Then I heard again.
Come into the corn.
I asked where the person talking was talking from, and the only answer I received was,
Come into the corn.
Then, while staring at the corn wall, I watched an arm come out of the corn wall. Seeing the arm come out, I suddenly felt my eyes focus, and I finally was able to see the person crouched down in the corn. He beckoned at me.
Come into the corn.
I didn't know who this was, so I turned and I started running. I didn't know if he was chasing after me, though. All I heard were my own footsteps and my heart beating in my ears. Finally, I ran into my brother. He was wondering why I was so freaked out. I explained it, and he took me back towards the entrance to the maze. We told the attendant that someone was hiding in the corn and was trying to get me to walk into it. He went and checked in the corn maze. He claimed he didn't find anything, but he gave my parents their money back. He also insisted that we were the very first customers, so he had no idea how anyone had gotten in or out of the maze. And to this day, I can still see that person crouching in the corn, beckoning me. The figure. I used to work in one of those haunted corn mazes. Well, I actually did not work in one of them. The people who worked in the corn mazes were people dressed up as monsters and ghosts. I was a ticket taker. Well, in addition to taking tickets, I was also the person who cleaned up after the maze was closed down. And we stayed open until midnight. By the time we got all the people out of the maze, cleaned up after them, and closed up shop, it was usually around 1 in the morning. On the particular night that this story took place, It was the night right before Halloween, so we were busy. Also, the other ticket taker called in, and that made me the only person who was there. I can't say I was too happy about that. Although the time went by really quickly, I barely had a chance to breathe. But before I knew it, the day was over. The people and all of the actors had cleared out. I let them all go home, and before I knew it, the once completely packed area was empty, except for me. Walking over to the maze, I realized that the actors hadn't really cleaned up the maze. People were allowed to bring food with them in there, and I noticed that there were several food wrappers on the ground. I didn't want to leave it for the next day, so I grabbed a broom and one of those standing dustpans and went to clean up. I have to admit to feeling a bit of a buzz as I walked through the maze. Although I had been in it by myself before, this was the first time that I had done it in the middle of the night. It was eerily quiet, save for the sounds of bugs and stuff. I had a map of the maze with me so I wouldn't get lost. I had to use the flashlight on my cell phone in order to see it. I'm not sure how long I had been in the maze before I began to feel like I was being watched. Hell, it was a haunted corn maze, though. I was able to brush it off, because being scared was exactly how I was supposed to feel. But the feeling didn't really go away either. It wasn't too long before I began hearing little noises. At first, it was simple little things, like the corn stalks rustling. That could be chalked up to the wind, though. But I also thought I was hearing footsteps. But cliché-like, whenever I stopped walking, they stopped too. So I chalked that one up to my imagination. What I couldn't brush off was the sound of a can crushing, as if someone had stepped on it. I immediately called out to check if anyone was there. I got no answer, and a few minutes later, I heard a similar noise. I called out again. There was nothing. The general anxiety I felt was beginning to develop into paranoia. I thought there was someone in the maze with me. I immediately thought it was one of the actors. It was technically Halloween now. Maybe he remained in the maze and didn't clean it up on purpose, drawing me into it in an attempt to scare me. So I called out and told whomever it was that I wouldn't be scared. I was lying, just a little bit though. I was scared, and the more intermittent noises I heard, the more times I called out with no answer forthcoming, the more paranoid I got about what was going on. And finally, it was more than enough. I wasn't completely finished cleaning the maze, but I decided the rest of it would have to wait. If it did happen to be one of the actors following me around in the maze, then I would make them clean up in the morning. I made my way back to the entrance of the maze. I didn't hear any more noises as I went along. I went out and went to close the ticket booth. When I was about done, I quickly shot a look back at the maze. I jumped when I saw a figure standing in the way. I didn't know who it was, and by looking at the size of the guy, I figured that there was no way it was any of the actors. This guy was much taller than any of the actors we had working, and I realized that he had been following me around the maze. He didn't make a move toward me, but I really didn't give him much of a chance to anyway. I had the lockbox with the ticket money in it. I figured that was probably what he was after. Then a weird thought struck me. If he was after the money, why was he following me around the maze? And like an idiot, I had left the box laying on the ticket booth. The only other explanation was that he was after me. I grabbed the box and sprinted over to my car. And looking back once, I saw the man standing now by the ticket booth. Fortunately, this wasn't a horror movie, and the car started immediately. I pulled out and left. The following morning, I arrived at the corn maze. I asked everyone if they had been there past closing, or if they knew anyone who had, and no one did. Whoever the man was that was following me around in the corn maze, he was not supposed to be there. Scream Maze. I am not sure if this story is YouTube friendly at the moment, but it's the scariest night of my life. I kid you not, this story is 100% true. It sounds like a horror movie, but this very well could have been something in a scary movie, and could happen to anyone. My boyfriend and I are into making love secretly in public places. We have a list of places of where to do it. We call it our fucket list. Get it? Like a bucket list? Anyway, one location was a cornfield around Halloween. We're sitting on the couch, bored, taking shots of vodka, not looking forward to having kids ringing on the doorbell all night. Halloween night, obviously. So we decided to visit a corn maze. We dress in warm clothes and get on our way. We both know how the night will end. Making love in a cornfield. One more to cross off our bucket list. We go through the maze with the different jump scares. We scream and giggle, and we're having a blast. After a while, we didn't get any more jump scares. It was very dark, and for some stupid reason, we didn't bring our phones. Looking back, I think we didn't bring them so we could immerse ourselves more into the scares of Halloween. We had no clue what time it was, and it turns out the maze was closed. Him and I, admittedly very tipsy, ended up going off the stupid path into the corn stalks. We found a wooden fence which was perfect for my boyfriend of 3 years to bend me over. We begin caressing each other's faces, pushing our lips together. He pushes my skirt up and begins pulling my tights down. When I hear a snap, I have severe anxiety, and I know that doesn't fit with someone who is down to do this kind of thing in public. But I am who I am. I lift my hand up and put it on my boyfriend's chest, signaling that I want him to stop. I turn my head in the direction of the single snap. "Shh, babe, did you hear that?" He replies with, "No, I'm just focused on you." Well, usual boyfriend response. We begin again, but I'm getting nervous. Something doesn't feel right. I hear another snap, and I turn around immediately. "Okay, you can't tell me you didn't hear that," I whisper to my boyfriend. I see his face. He looks curious, concerned. I heard it that time. We stayed quiet. Nothing else was heard for at least 5 minutes, so we deduced it to be a raccoon or something, and got back to business. I start to hear heavy, deep breathing. "Did I wear you out already, Daddy?" I jokingly express. "Not at all, baby," my boyfriend replies. And that's when I realize he wasn't even out of breath. We must have been too into our activities that we didn't notice what was standing in front of us, watching us.
there was a man, standing at least 6 foot 1 inches tall, dressed in a Scream costume. But instead of a knife, he held a machete. Scream was the first horror movie I ever saw, and always remained my #1 favorite movie, but not anymore. I'm 5'3", my boyfriend 5'6", so this guy was towering over us. I look up and scream out my boyfriend's name. He stops and looks up and yells, "Run! Follow me!" I'm directionally challenged, so if I ran, I would be lost for days. But on the other hand, my boyfriend somehow knows where he's going at all times, so I follow him. His Adidas and my snow boots track through the corn maze. I hear heavy footsteps following behind us, but not too closely. We finally reach the gate of the corn maze. It's obviously closed since the park is closed. We look back and see no one. He helps me over the fence and climbs over himself. We see our car is the only car in the lot. I turn around and see this guy hacking away at the gate with his machete. The links actually started to break. "Babe!" I yell out in absolute terror. He picks me up and runs to the car with me in his arms. "Get in the fucking car!" he yells at me. We both get in, and he peels out in his red Subaru STI. The last thing I saw was the machete-wielding Ghostface bending his body through the chain-linked fence he managed to chop away. He just stood there, watching us drive away into the moonlight, waving his machete in the air, as to say, we were the ones who got away. Next Halloween, we will just stay home with our cats and hand out candy. Also, never going to watch Scream ever again.
Best friend. I had this friend when I was growing up that I was pretty close with. I'll call him Carl for the purpose of the story. I recall meeting him when we were in the 1st grade. I even swear I can remember the way that the schoolroom looked and such. Carl and I became fast friends, mostly because we were unlike most of the other boys in the school. Particularly, we liked playing with both boys' and girls' toys for some reason. It was hard to find boys or girls who were like this when I was younger, so it was just natural, it seemed, that he and I would be friends. Throughout the years growing up, Carl and I did just about everything together. He would always come to my birthday party as the first person to come and the last person to leave. My parents would give him a ride whenever we had one of our birthday parties at a Showbiz Pizza or a Chuck E. Cheese. I seem to remember having been to both of them at some point as a kid. We were a very close 2-person friendship, and even when we played things like hide and seek with other kids, we still didn't connect with the other children the way we connected with each other. As we got around 13 years old, things began to change a little bit. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Boys go through puberty, and they begin liking girls more than they like each other. But that is not what I'm talking about. Yeah, we talked about girls and absolutely had an interest in girls, but there was much deeper and much stranger changes that Carl began going through. We both started watching horror television and horror movies when we were really young. Our parents wouldn't have been very happy about it if they had known, so we kept it pretty secret. Often we would spend the night at his house, in his bedroom, and wait for his parents to go to sleep. Since it was a sleepover, we were always allowed to stay up pretty late. Oh, and I don't want you to think that Carl's later behavior had anything to do with watching horror movies. I truly don't believe that horror movies, comics, TV shows, and things of that nature make people behave in a certain way. I needed to get that out there before I continued. The first thing that I noticed with Carl is that he would start playing little practical jokes on his siblings. Just some minor things, but he always got a big kick out of it when one of them would fall for one of his tricks. He seemed to get a real rush out of it or something,
and then he started to up the ante, so to speak. Playing little innocent practical jokes on his family developed into playing jokes on his classmates as well. But it was never like a joke you play on someone, and afterward you all have a good laugh about it. Carl was not just into playing jokes, he was also into doing it and not getting caught. He never wanted anyone to know that it was indeed him who had played the joke. Here are just a few of the things that I remember him doing. In school, we used to have these desks that you would lift the lid of the desk up, and there was this compartment inside it. He'd gotten a garter snake, and he placed it in the desk of another student. He actually got to school very early, so he'd be the first one in the classroom, so he could leave before anyone knew. The student had opened his desk and began yelling, causing everyone else to panic. Carl would always react in the manner that the other students did. He did this to draw attention away from himself, and it worked. No one ever suspected him of anything, and he never got in trouble for anything. You name it, attacks on the teacher's chair, stealing her attendance book. He once rubbed the inside of every pair of his older brother's underwear with icy hot before letting them dry and putting them back in his drawer, and just a lot of things like that. I thought that it had reached its apex when it was in between classes once. In a crowded staircase, he tripped a kid who fell down the stairs and broke his arm. This was in high school, and the kid was a jock who pretty much lost his ability to play football after that. But it was when Carl was 16 that things took a turn that I would never have seen coming. We were still old enough to go trick-or-treating in my area. Personally, I had stopped going when I was 12. I just felt weird walking around begging for candy at that age. Carl had stopped too, but it wasn't unusual to see teenagers up to age 18 still going around asking for candy. But at age 16, Carl wanted to go trick-or-treating. He insisted that I get a costume and that I go with him. I really didn't want to. I mean, for one thing, I knew the guy. If he had suddenly wanted to do this again after 4 years, he had to have a reason for it, and that reason was most likely not a good one. Still, the guy was my friend, so I got myself a costume. He insisted that it was a costume in which no one would be able to tell who we were. I went as Freddy Krueger and bought myself a high-end rubber mask. Carl's costume was even more concealing. He actually wore boots with lifts in them to make himself look taller. He wore a Michael Myers-like outfit with some sort of welder's mask that covered his whole head. It was a weird costume, but it definitely hid who he was. I was wondering why Carl wanted to wear such an odd costume. When he told me why, I literally shivered. A chill went down my spine. Carl had heard about the case of the guy who had killed his son with the poisoned pixie sticks. I mean, back then, we all believed that people put things into candy, and it was always a smart thing to do, to check all the candy before eating it. But other than that one case, you never heard anything on the news about it. You never heard about candy with a razor blade in it, or anything like that. Carl wanted to change that. He had taken Tootsie Rolls and had inserted thin pins into them longwise. He then wrapped them back up. He was planning on putting them into a bucket and giving them out to kids while we were out trick-or-treating. I of course told Carl that was a crazy idea and some kid could get killed. His excuse was that no parent lets their children eat Halloween candy without checking it first. Not only was the wrapper twisted back on in a terrible fashion, the head of the pin was obviously sticking out of the end of the Tootsie Roll. I really didn't understand the point if he was making it obvious, and he simply said he wanted to scare the parents and kids into thinking somebody wanted to hurt them, but he was sure no one would actually get hurt. It was the most insane thing I'd ever heard a person tell me in my entire life. I mean, not only was the premise of his plan sickening beyond all measure, it wasn't foolproof either. All it took was one parent not checking one piece of candy, and that would make Carl a murderer. The two of us argued about it, and he was pretty angry at me for not wanting to go along with it. But it was only when I told him that if he did it, I would have to reveal him as the person who had done it, that he finally decided not to do it. He decided just to remain in and watch movies that night. Well, a lot of you may be wondering why I didn't just leave. Honestly, I felt that if I did, Carl would just go on with the plan on his own. I just couldn't take the chance that he would risk any child's life like that. Others may be wondering why I didn't call the police. Well, he backed off, and he wasn't going to do it. Even though he had done some amazingly bad things in recent years, I still believed him when he told me he wouldn't do it. The strangest thing is that Carl never seemed to have any resentment toward me about thwarting him. He continued to treat me exactly like he had treated me before this had happened. I had a hard time seeing him the same way, though, and although we continued to hang out until he graduated high school, I didn't keep in touch with him after he went away for college. I have absolutely no idea what had ever happened to him. I just hope he never did anything bad to anyone in real life like he had planned to do that night. Graveyard. When I got too old for tricks or treats anymore, I began trying to find other ways to get scared. There were a bunch of different things I did on Halloween, but I think my favorite thing was the walk through the graveyard. It took a little bit of nerve to do it at the first time, and yes, it was very frightening the first time as well. I was scared to death by any little sound I heard, but of course, which is always the case, when it comes to scary things, the fear wore off when I realized there was no real danger. This was about 20 years ago. It was Halloween night, and I was 17 years old. I was talking with a friend on the phone. A friend who had agreed to accompany me and hang out in the graveyard that night. And don't get me wrong, we didn't just walk through there and that was it. We'd often find a nice and dark and quiet place to sit down, and we could talk for a while. But sometimes it was fun to also just walk up and down the paths the whole time. There would occasionally be other teenagers in the graveyard too, which often made it less scary. My friend's name was Josh, and we met up and walked down to the graveyard. The streets were already full of children in their costumes, trick-or-treating, and there were plenty of adults around, trying to scare them too. But we walked down the street, and then down a couple others, until we were moving off into the dark. I think one of the things I liked about the graveyard was the darkness of it all. When you first entered it at night, you couldn't see anything at all. And then, your eyes would slowly begin adjusting to the light. You would be able to see shadows and things like that. Pretty soon, you would be able to see the path better, and to see the tombstones better too. And although you would soon get used to the ambient lighting, you never got completely seeable. Things could still surprise you. Josh and I steered clear of a group of teenagers who were sitting around a monument and drinking. You will think I am lame for this, but I never even had my first drink until I was in my mid-20s. We just wanted to get around to the darker and scarier part of the graveyard. I am not sure how long we'd been walking around before I first saw the scariest thing I'd ever seen in my life. At first I thought it was just a shadow, maybe something like the wind blowing the branches of a tree around or something. I wasn't sure. "Hey Josh," I whispered. "Did you see something over there?" Josh elbowed me. "Yeah, man, try that scare me on Halloween crap," he laughed. He then looked over to where I had been looking. Josh jumped, and I felt him grab me on my shoulder. "Damn, you're right," he suddenly whispered. "There was someone over there." We both kept looking in the direction, and we were both trying to be quiet as we watched this person. We weren't sure what it was about them, but it was just that we could barely make them out. It was like they were all dressed in black or something, and much more difficult to see than anything else had been. "Holy Josh said to me, with a hint of a laugh in his voice. "That's the frickin' Grim Reaper." We followed after the figure. After he'd given me a pretty good idea of what I was looking at, I was finally able to make out the form. Yeah, there was someone in the graveyard dressed as the Grim Reaper on Halloween night. "Hey, let's keep following him," Josh suggested. "Nah, I'm not interested," I protested. I was not really afraid of anything, but I really didn't feel like bugging anyone, especially someone who would dress up as a Grim Reaper and hang out in the graveyard on Halloween night. Anyway, Josh wasn't willing to sit around and wait for me. He kept following the person dressed as the Reaper. He found the whole thing amusing, I guess, and he wanted to see what was going on. The direction he was walking in was back towards the teenagers that we had seen hanging out, drinking. After a few moments, I followed after him. The closer I got to the area where the teenagers were, I heard some frantic cries, and when I got closer, I noticed something was wrong. The guy in the costume was nowhere to be found. Josh was standing there with a shocked look on his face, and one of the teenagers was giving CPR to another one. Now, I know what you were thinking. You think I believe that the Grim Reaper was real, and that one of the teenagers died. You know, for a second, I almost believed that. I mean, the whole thing was very, very creepy, but when my eyes adjusted again, I noticed the Reaper costume laying on the ground beside the boy getting the CPR. The teenagers had seen us pass by earlier and thought they would play a joke on us. One had been dressed up as the Reaper and was following us, trying to scare us. And then, when he got back to his circle of friends, he had some sort of attack. Whatever it was, and I don't know what it was, it didn't kill him though. Although Josh and I didn't really know the group, we did see the one dressed as the Reaper at school later that year. It's just one of those things that is really scary in the moment. The very idea of the existence of the Grim Reaper is silly, but with everything that happened that night, it just really seemed weird and freaky at the time. Josh had seen the guy take the costume off, but because I had only followed from behind, to me, it actually seemed like the Reaper had disappeared, and a kid was lying there dying. The house. I had a pretty scary experience when I was a child, and I was out trick-or-treating. I was 11 years old at the time. My dad was enlisted in the Navy. We always lived on naval housing, usually in the poorer neighborhoods, but I actually remember most of that fondly. One of the reasons being that people seemed to decorate better for their holidays when they were poorer. Trick-or-treating was always done on Halloween at the time, none of this doing it on a weekend day because of the problem of being a school night. And we always began trick-or-treating around the time that the sun began to go down. I suppose that being on the naval base, it was automatically much safer than most other places. I was a thin, kind of nerdy guy, but I also tended to get bullied a little bit in school. But I did have my own friends, and we all decided to go out together. We didn't go with our parents. They stayed home to give out candy. Like I mentioned, because it was a Navy base, we all felt rather safe with the situation. So this was the way we went about it. Of course, being a nerdy guy, all my friends were too. We had the same bullies bullying us in school, but we also knew where those guys lived, and did our best to avoid them as much as possible. On this Halloween, we had been out for over an hour or so, walking all around the neighborhood. I never see people trick-or-treating like that anymore nowadays, not with the sheer and vast number of children out after dark. And we were getting to a part of the neighborhood that we weren't familiar with. After a bit, we slipped out of the Navy base housing and were on a regular neighborhood street. We weren't supposed to do that, but we were on a quest for more candy. We came up upon this area where there were not as many kids as the other places. And when we did, we noticed that there was a group of kids, maybe a year or two older than us, hanging out on the front lawn of this house. We tried to avoid them, especially when we recognized them as kids from school. And they weren't bullies or anything like that, but we knew who they were, and we really didn't want to have much to do with them. One of the boys recognized me and yelled out to me to come over there. I hesitated. I really didn't want to be anywhere near them. However, they kept calling, and we realized it might be better to go over and see what they want rather than ignore them. They weren't bullies, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't become bullies if they were angry at us for ignoring them. We walked up to them and asked them what was going on. They told us that the house they were looking at was haunted by a demon because a guy who used to live there was possessed and murdered his family, and they dared me to go up and see it. I wanted nothing to do with it and told the boys I didn't want to. I was prepared to walk away with my friends. However, before I could, one of the boys grabbed me. He began pushing me up to the door of the house. I was terrified and began screaming for help, but the group of older kids intimidated my friends from helping me, and he was pushing me up towards the house as quickly as he could. He was telling me things like the demon was going to drag me into hell with him and things like that, and then suddenly he let go of me. Since I was pressed back against him, I fell backwards, but when I got up and looked around, all of the boys, both my friends and his friends, were running off. I turned and looked at the house and saw someone standing in the door frame. My first impulse was that it was the demon and I needed to get up and run. "Damn kids, stop fucking around on my lawn," I heard the old man in the doorway say. "I don't have candy. That's why I keep the damn lights out." I got up and ran off. I wasn't scared of the possible demon or anything, but I was scared off of a pissed-off senior citizen. I told my friends about the old man and the misunderstanding, but we never told any of the older kids. Let them think it was a demon for what they did to me. Jack. I wasn't raised under the idea that Halloween is the time when people play tricks on each other. Despite trick being in the trick-or-treat phrase itself. But I guess I was always much more concentrated on the treat part of the equation than I was on the trick. But still, I like to tell myself that what happens in the Halloween story was nothing more than a trick, since no person ended up getting hurt, and nothing has happened since. I think that, in a way, it might be confirmation that I'm right about that. I own a house in an old neighborhood, and what I mean by that is that there are a whole lot of really old houses in my neighborhood. They are not all big, expensive old houses. It's a really lower middle class type of neighborhood, but I like it. And although I may have bought the house mostly because it was inexpensive, I really do like living here. There is not really any trick-or-treating going on here anymore. There is a large warehouse that normally houses a flea market. They do sort of a controlled trick-or-treating operation from there. People set up booths, or just sit in folding chairs, with bowls of candy, and kids walk up to each of the people at the booths and trick-or-treat that way. Personally, I don't really like that, and I always buy candy just in case I might come across the occasional kid who wants to still trick-or-treat by the houses. But it doesn't happen anymore. A few years before the trick-or-treating stopped in my neighborhood, I did have an experience that might make some people happy to not have it anymore. By this point, I had lived in my house for about 5 years. The trick-or-treating had long since been dying down, but I continued to go along. I even remember the candy that I was giving out that year. It was bags of Skittles. As I wasn't expecting many children to come around, I fixed myself up a bowl of popcorn and got some soda so I could watch horror movies that evening. The bulk of the children that I got that day were before evening. It was a cold and somewhat dreary day, perfect for Halloween. But once the sun began setting, the already sparse amount of trick-or-treaters began to thin out even more. I got 1 or 2 children as the sun was setting. The last trick-or-treater that came to my house that evening came within an hour after sunset. It was an older kid, maybe around 13 years old. I assumed it was a boy. He was wearing a sheet over himself. You know, the typical ghost costume that people make when they don't want to buy a costume or make a more creative one. He did, however, have small chains sewed into the sheets as well. They were very small chains, as if they were taken off the swings of a child's swing set. He didn't say trick or treat. That's why I didn't know for sure that it was a boy. He just stood there, and he was looking at me. "You're lucky," I told him as I got my bowl of candy. "Or at least you're lucky if you like Skittles," I went on. "I haven't gotten many kids coming by today, so I can give you a whole bunch of candy." He was still silent. It didn't bother me, though. I just figured that he was playing the part of the ghost. When people tell stories about times that they see real ghosts, you never really hear that the ghosts were talking to them. So I took a huge handful of Skittles and put them in his bag. He nodded his head at me, which I assumed was his way of thanking me, and then he turned and went on his way. I was feeling pretty good, actually. I really felt at that point like having that one kid getting into the spirit and thanking me with a nod made up for the fact that trick-or-treating was dying. Some people at least didn't want it to. I went back to watching my movie. It was maybe about a half hour later when something caught my eye. My television sits on an entertainment center, and there's a normal-sized window right beside it. I noticed some sort of movement in the window, and it distracted me, but when I looked out the window, there was nothing there. I chalked it up to just being uneasy about the movie I was watching, and I went back to watching it. I got up later in the night to go and get something to drink from the kitchen. When I was walking back to the living room, I heard something on the porch. It was late, but I thought it might be a trick-or-treater. I went to the door, just in time to see the ghost from earlier running away from my home. I was startled because I began to think that I might have been seeing him in the window. Perhaps he'd been watching me. So I went over and unlocked the door to look and see where he was going. And that was when I noticed it. There was a jack-o'-lantern sitting on the porch, and it was not one that I made. Curious, I went over to the jack-o'-lantern and opened it. It wasn't lit, but I could smell something coming from inside it. And this may disgust you, so be prepared. I do not really know exactly what was in the jack-o'-lantern, but it was horrible. It was some sort of flesh. I don't know if it was an animal or what kind of animal or what, but it was the insides of something, and it was wrapped in barbed wire. It was the nastiest thing I had ever seen in my life. I dropped the pumpkin on the porch. I ran back into the house. I called the police, and they took a lot of time to get there. The police dismissed it, telling me it was just a holiday prank. I thought that was nonsense because the thing was disgusting and seemed to be something formerly living, and there was nothing they could do.
We couldn't identify the person in the ghost costume, so it was the dead end. I didn't sleep well that night. For days I couldn't get that vision out of my head. It was awful. And I don't know why anybody could be so cruel and disgusting. The party. This is a bit of a different kind of story. I wanted to start by suggesting that you might not find it scary enough, but that seems to happen all the time. It's about something that happened at a Halloween party. At the time I was in college. I was staying in a fraternity house. When Halloween was coming around, and this year, the day was on an actual weekend, my fraternity decided to have a party on Halloween Day. I've always found Halloween parties to be a little frightening on a certain level. I mean, technically, I guess they should be scary, since that is sort of the point of Halloween. But it's not really the costumes or anything that scare me. It's not that I believe in monsters or anything, but with all those costumes, it's very possible for just about anybody to be under those costumes. And that's what freaks me out, not knowing who I'm looking at. It was a bit worse too because this was my first year living in the frat house. There was going to be a lot of people at the party, and I was sure I wouldn't know the majority of them. I could just feel myself getting apprehensive when I was first told about the party, and it just got worse the closer and closer it was getting. I actually considered just spending the whole night in my room by myself, but none of the guys were having that. So I came down for the party. I didn't have much of a costume. I disliked being in costumes nearly as much as I hated being around others who were wearing them. In fact, I was more or less dressed up as a college student, which really wasn't much of a stretch for me to play. Now, being a fraternity house, it wasn't our first party, but we didn't party as much as you might think, if you watch a lot of college movies. I'm sure some frats might, but, we didn't. But we had a couple parties before the Halloween one, and my biggest problem with the whole thing was it was weird, having your entire home open to people. I mean, even now, I have a house and we have an occasional party, but no one heads into the bedrooms or anything like that. But the frat parties, you literally couldn't keep anyone out of those rooms. I mean, the only way you could is if you went in the room yourself and locked yourself in. All of this I'm telling you because I want you to know how anxious or on edge I was. There were so many reasons to not be comfortable. The party got very, very wild, too. There were tons of people drinking, screwing around. Hell, some of the people were even having sex in rooms that were not theirs. It was the closest thing I'd ever seen to actually being in a college movie. Well, I had a few drinks, but nothing like my friends who got really, really drunk. And when the party got to be too much for me, I went into my room, closed the door, and put some earplugs in. You might think that makes me a party pooper, but I don't really believe that. So I turned the lights off and went to sleep. I'm actually surprised that I was able to do it, but I did finally drift off. I woke up. It was dark in the room, and I didn't know exactly why I woke up. It took my eyes a moment to adjust, but when I did, I noticed my closet door had been opened, and there was a shadow of a figure in the doorway. At first the shadow was sitting down, but it rose to its feet. When my eyes became more adjusted to the darkness, I noticed that it was a woman, and she was staring at me. She must have gotten into my closet before I came to my room. I am a Killer Orange Cat fan, so I should have known to check in my closet before I went to bed. The shadow walked up to me. She was holding something, and she also had a glow stick or something now too, and I could see what she was holding. It was a thin fillet knife. My heart began pounding in my chest. In the glow stick, I noticed that it was a girl named Kelly. She had been dating a guy named Brad in the frat, and they'd had a horrible breakup a week beforehand. Kelly walked up closer to me, and I could not move. Remember, I told you I'm a very anxious person. She put her hand on the blanket, and I was worried when she pulled it off. I was laying there in nothing but my boxer shorts. "You jackass," she told me. "You break up with me, I'm gonna make sure you never have sex again." When she told me that, she took the knife. She brought it down to the front of my boxers, and I felt this wave of fear just flow through me. I wanted to talk, but only a weird gurgling sound came out. When she traced my private area with the fillet knife, she slightly pushed it a little bit. That made me finally blurt out, I'm not Brad, I'm Sean." She stopped tracing the knife, but she didn't move it off. "Sean?" she asked. "Ah, fuck it. This is motherfucking stupid. I went into the wrong fucking room." When Kelly was shouting, she was waving the fillet knife all over the place. I knew how sharp those things were, and I was scared of getting cut. I tried to calm her down, but she was literally fucking crazy. "Where is Sean?" she screamed. I couldn't answer her, as she was going crazy. "I'm gonna get that asshole," she yelled, and then she kicked my bed violently. Turning, she went to the door, unlocked it, and went out. I immediately locked my door and called the police. Kelly didn't go to find Sean, though. She left the frat house in a fury. I don't know if she was serious or she just wanted to scare Brad. I mean, she scared the hell out of me. Nothing really came out of it, though. The Shed. Thank you, Killer Orange Cat, for taking the time to translate my story. I know enough English to enjoy listening to stories, but not a lot more. It was easier to write this in Japanese, and I hope that your listeners will like my story. Halloween is not as big in Japan like it is in America. Although trick-or-treating does happen in some places in Japan, it is very rare. Halloween is very much about dressing up and being in character when you are in a costume. If you don't know that much about Japan, I should tell you that the belief in ghosts and other supernatural things are believed by most people. So seeing a spirit or something like that, even though it can be very scary, is not as unexpected to happen over here. This obviously happened on Halloween. I do not know if it was real, or if it was someone playing a prank on me. Maybe it was someone who just dressed up in a costume. Some people play very mean pranks over here. I was alone in my home on Halloween night. I was enjoying a scary Japanese movie. Suddenly, my little dog began barking. She had been laying on the chair with me, but she got up and ran to the back of the room. At that time, I was watching the movie in my room. It was on the second story of the house. I got up to go and see what the dog was barking at. When I went to the window, I looked around the backyard, and there was somebody in my backyard. It was getting dark, but it wasn't totally dark yet. The person was standing there. Her skin looked like it had been burned. She had almost no hair, and the hair she had was frizzled from being burned. She looked up at me, and then she lowered herself backwards. She did what I think people call a crab walk. She was on all fours, but on her back, and she crawled across the yard and into my shed. I didn't know what to do. I know that everyone should think that I should call the police right away, but that's not the regular response here. I wasn't going to call the police and tell them
what looked like a burned dead woman crawled backwards across my yard and into my shed. Instead, I made sure all the doors were locked. I mean, if she were really a ghost, that wouldn't help me. But if she were a person playing a Halloween joke, it helped. I waited by the window and watched to see if she could come out. Eventually, my parents got home. When I told my father about what happened, he went out to explore the shed. He never found a single thing. I watched that woman crawl into the shed. The only time I wasn't watching the shed was when I was locking all the doors. So she either escaped while I was doing that, or she was a ghost. I do not know of any women in the area who were killed by a house fire. I do not know if the woman I noticed was a ghost, or someone playing a Halloween prank on me. I never saw her again, but I was scared every time I go out to the shed.
Ronnie. In the town I grew up in, you were able to continue trick-or-treating up to 15 years old. For me, I always went out with my friend Ronnie. Hell, I remember going trick-or-treating with him before I began going to school. He was my good buddy, and we had a pretty good night planned for our last trick-or-treating outing. On that night, Ronnie was going to go as a ghost. Yeah, it wasn't the most original costume, but that is why he picked it. It was a classic, and he wanted to go out with a bang. Ronnie got to my house about 45 minutes later than he was supposed to. He knocked on the door, and I got a good look at his costume. It was a pretty cool one. He took a white sheet and tied some swing set chains onto it. Plus, interestingly enough, he had some fake blood splattered on the outfit as well. I thought it was pretty cool to see blood on a ghost. Anyway, he had his trick-or-treat bag, the one he always brought out. Ronnie really didn't talk much that night. He went through the night making ghost noises. For example, he would go like, "Ooh," instead of trick-or-treat when we got up to a doorway. And he still got candy, of course, because everyone thought it was really neat. It was cool to get into the act, you know. But Ronnie was way too into the act. I mean, being in character is fine, but there's not really a need to always be in character. When I asked him questions, he just kept making ghost noises. Honestly, it began to get a little irritating after a while. Pretty late into the night, we were walking by a graveyard on the side of town. When we got up to the gate, he walked up to it. He motioned me to follow him into the graveyard. That was a bit much for me for several reasons. First, I really don't like breaking into a graveyard. It's disrespectful to the dead, and I'm not big on trespassing anyway. But he was standing there, and it looked like the gate was open. Ronnie kept motioning to me, indicating that he wanted to go into the graveyard. I told him no, and kept trying to walk away. Ronnie then started dancing around me, putting his arms up in the air, and making all sorts of weird and spooky ghost noises. And he wasn't trying to force me or anything, just trying to indicate that I was a chicken for not following him into the graveyard. Several times I told him to cut it out, and the act was getting tiresome. He kept at it though. It was much more obnoxious than usual for him. Finally, I snapped at him and told him that he was getting to be very annoying. When I snapped at Ronnie, he stopped, and he cocked his head to the side, and then to the other side. He was obviously aggravated or something. He waved me off and then took off in the opposite direction. I immediately felt bad about snapping at my friend. I called after him, telling him I was sorry and that I didn't want our last trick-or-treat to end on a bad note. He didn't listen though, he just kept walking. I kept up after him for a bit, and then finally decided to give up. My evening had been ruined, and then I just had to go home. At my house, no one was there. My parents had gone to a party, thus I was not surprised. I had some candy and then went to bed. It was pretty early in the morning when my mom woke me up. She was very, very distressed. She wouldn't tell me why right away, though. I had to get out of bed and then go down to the kitchen, where a police officer was waiting. I was worried, wondering if I had done something wrong. but it wasn't like that. The officer asked me a couple questions about my night on Halloween. When I was finished answering them, he then told me what had happened. My best friend Ronnie had been found in the graveyard. He was barely alive, but conscious. Apparently, he had been crossing through the graveyard on the way to my house, and he got attacked by a guy from school that we both knew. He had been beaten and stabbed. The bully then took his costume, along with Ronnie's wallet and trick-or-treat bag. I felt for my friend, but the reality of what happened nearly overpowered me. I was trick-or-treating with a guy who had beaten and stabbed my best friend, and that guy tried to get me to go into the graveyard that Ronnie had been found in. Number 2. Rural Trick-or-Treat. I remember this very freaky encounter that I had when I was a teenager. I grew up, as my parents would tell me, out in the country. We weren't very far away from town, though. I don't want you to think that, although we lived in the country, that it was completely away from civilization. Now, when I was very young, I remember we used to go for trick-or-treating by driving from house to house in the country. However, due to safety reasons, there was a law passed that all trick-or-treating had to be done in the town. So maybe when I was 8, we stopped driving door to door. And since then, I've never had anyone come to my house for it. When I was 16, my parents had gone out of town for a few days. I remained home all by myself because I'm an only child. They would be gone on Halloween, but it was not something I was concerned about, because I was too old to go trick-or-treating anyway, and I really loved being home alone. It was maybe around 8 when I heard a knock at the door. I froze, not having expected anything or anyone. I had all the lights off in the house, and our porch light worked by motion sensors, so my presence in the house would not have been obvious to anybody who was outside. I thought it would be better for me to take a peek outside and see who it was, rather than open the door. I peeked out a side window where I could see on the porch. There was a very large man on the porch, and he was in a costume. It reminded me, if you have ever seen the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde Looney Tunes cartoon. Jekyll turned into the huge green-skinned creature wearing a top hat and jacket. It reminded me of that. He had an axe up on his shoulder, and he was carrying a large pillowcase in the other one. The pillowcase was dragging on the floor. My immediate thought was, of course, to just pretend like I wasn't home. Perhaps he would be there for a few moments and then just leave. Perhaps he had come to the wrong house or something. I wasn't sure. But I just hid behind the curtain at the window, and I watched him as he stood on the porch. He knocked hard on the door again, and this time I heard him yell, "Trick or treat." After my initial surprise, I then began thinking that this was a dangerous person. I know that might seem odd, that I hadn't come to that conclusion before, but what it seemed like to me was someone too old for trick-or-treating, who also was out in the rural part of the county, where I mentioned that trick-or-treating was not allowed. I really didn't know what to do. I listened to a lot of scary YouTube stories, and I read comments where people criticize the person telling the story for not calling the police right away. But when you're in a situation like this, and not just listening to someone else telling the story, it's not as easy as you might think to call the police. I mean, I was mesmerized just watching the guy on the porch and wondering what this odd person was up to. What would I have told them anyway? Hey, Mr. Hyde from the Bugs Bunny cartoon is on my porch and is trick-or-treating. And the man yelled, "Trick or treat," a few more times. He then walked over to one of the windows on the porch and tried to look in the house. He repeated this with several more of the windows, and then I noticed him looking in my direction. I don't think he noticed me, but he was just trying to look in all the windows, and when he began walking toward mine, I quickly laid down on the floor, under the window. Hiding under the window was much scarier than seeing the guy had been. At least when I noticed him, I knew where he was. As I lay under the window pane, I had no idea. I was about to get up and peek again, when I heard him tap on the window. I stayed on the floor. He tapped a few more times, and then it was quiet. I lastly heard a sound of something crushing, and then it was quiet. When I finally had the nerve to get up, I peeked out the window again. My jack-o'-lantern was destroyed. There was no one on the porch. However, that was really not very comforting. My nerves were completely shot, and I was not able to relax for the rest of the night. I got a phone call in the morning from a friend of mine who had lived in the country too, not too far from my house. She explained seeing the man I had seen, and that his behavior was similar too. Her parents had gone to a party, and she was alone with her little brother. She had grabbed her father's rifle and had to threaten to shoot the guy if he wouldn't leave. There are some weird people out there, and many of them come out on Halloween. Attic. I have a pretty good setup for trick-or-treating on Halloween. I inherited a really big house from my aunt when she passed away. It basically had 3 stories, but I guess you could consider the top floor to be an attic. It doesn't have a lot of insulation in it, and no trapdoor or ladder. It's just a regular staircase, though much more narrow than the other ones in the house. Much of my aunt's possessions were still in there, and I rarely went up there for any reason. The best part of the house was that it did indeed just look like a creepy old house. It also had a really huge porch. I was able to really deck it out with decorations on Halloween. I had all sorts of neat things on the porch and in the yard. It was relatively warm enough also that I could hang out on the porch in a rocking chair while the kids came and trick-or-treated. And that was my first Halloween since I had been in the house. I had no idea what trick-or-treating was like in that town, but I wasn't disappointed. I mean, the neighborhood came out in full force. It was amazing how crowded the streets and sidewalks got, but I loved it. And the kids seemed to like my overdone decorating approach. About an hour into the event, I was having the time of my life. A couple of children came up to my house, and I gave them some candy. Before leaving, though, a kid who may have been around 8 years old told me, "I like the ghost in your attic window," and he left. It should have given me more pause than it did. I, of course, knew that I had not decorated the attic, and I didn't put anything in the window. The kids say things, you know, and you don't always know why. I just went back to doing my thing. I had pretty much forgotten about the kid, when about a half hour later, another kid mentioned seeing someone in my attic window. This kid didn't say a ghost, but it was a similar statement. My attic has a big window, with a window seat built under it, so if you wanted to, you could just sit in the window and watch the neighborhood. But I assumed that the kids were just seeing things. Still, I kept paying attention to the children as I walked up to the porch, and I noticed that several of them seemed to be looking up in the direction of the window. Finally, way too curious to just let it go, I got up and walked off the porch. I looked up at the attic window. One of the outside lights on the house was right above that window, so I would have been able to see if anyone was actually in the window. So I looked, and I really didn't see anything. And for a moment, I just assumed that the kids had been seeing things, but then I distinctly saw a large black shape moving in the window. And there was definitely someone or something in my attic. I did the only thing that I could do. I called the police. But it was really problematic since the streets were littered with children. It took forever for them to get to my house, and I kept giving out candy while it was happening. I was so distracted though, feeling uncomfortable that someone was in my home and doing God knew what. Eventually, after nearly an hour of that, 2 officers approached my home. And they were on foot too. I told them what I saw, and they went into the house. They told me to remain outside, and I did. I kept handing out candy and waiting on pins and needles for the cops to apprehend whomever was in my attic. It took a little while before the officers came back out. I was surprised that when they did, there was no one with them. They told me they had searched the whole house and my backyard, and they were unable to find anyone. I asked if they had checked the attic too, and they told me that they had. There was no one, and no sign of a break-in. There was no comfort in what they told me. Several kids had seen someone in the attic, and I had seen someone in the attic. I don't believe in ghosts, and I am not claiming there was a ghost in my attic. I think there was a person in there. When trick-or-treating died down, I was nervous going back in my house alone. I grabbed a kitchen knife, and I went to explore every room in the house. I found no one, just like the police had told me. I had made sure all the doors and windows were locked, but even that didn't help me feel better. I'd hear noises, such as someone walking around. It was probably just the house settling, but my fear turned it into something more. If there was anyone in my house that night, I don't know how they got in and got out without leaving a trace. I don't know how any of it happened, but it was scary, because anyone who can evade the police so easily would have no problem getting back into my house whenever they felt like it.
A country trick-or-treat. I grew up in a much different environment than I live in right now. In fact, right now, I live in a huge metropolitan area. I grew up living on a ridge in Ohio. It was a much different way of life. I mean, here, we're surrounded by people. The houses on the ridge and the surrounding hills were not so close. On Halloween, when the trick-or-treaters are out in my current neighborhood, there are kids going door to door, everywhere. Where I grew up, while we could have driven into town to go trick-or-treating, we also did so on the ridge. This might seem weird to some people, but we got into the bed of the pickup truck, and our parents would drive us from house to house. Throughout my neighborhood, this was the way that I always experienced Halloween. When my older brother was 14, my parents let him drive the pickup truck around the area. Again, this was not so unusual for the time in the area. Even growing up, I was driving before I got my license, but that's another story. Having my brother drive made their life a lot easier, because he would drive us younger kids around so that my parents did not have to. So, I was 12 this year. My younger brother that went with us was 9, and my best friend at the time was a boy named Kenny. We loaded up in the back of the truck, and my brother took us out. The area was large, but even though the houses were pretty spread out, most of the adults knew each other, and we all knew which houses were trick-or-treat houses. We had hit a lot of the houses that we knew, and by this time it was dark. And when it got dark out on the ridge, it really got dark. My brother was not used to driving in the dark either. Still, he was a bit intoxicated with his newfound freedom, and once we had gone to all the trick-or-treat houses that our parents had approved for us to go to, he wasn't ready to go home. He wanted to drive around some more. So, like an idiot, he decided to go further out into the hills. I remember the road we went on like it was yesterday. It was very, very dark, and it was very, very slim. The meager light from the headlights created a very narrow area of light directly in front of the truck. The road was also getting overgrown with trees. More than once, tree branches scraped up against the side of the truck. Now, imagine what it was like for us 3 boys. My brother was in the cab, but we were sitting in the bed. It was dark and getting chilly outside. We were also so young that we were still pretty scared of the dark. I knocked on the back window of the cab several times, trying to get my brother's attention. Each time he waved me off. I guess he knew I was wanting to ask him to turn around, but he couldn't turn around. Looking back, I also think that he was pretty scared at this point. He couldn't turn around, and he had no idea how far this long and lonely country road was going to go. Finally, after what seemed like forever, we came to the end of the road. Unfortunately, the end was a gate that led into a long driveway. At the end of the driveway was a really, really small and old house. There was only one light in one of the windows. My brother got out of the car and tried to see if he could open the gate. It was locked, so he came back to us and told us he was going to go up alone to the house and see if the owner could open the gate so we could turn around. He told us to wait there. We were terrified about being left alone, but he insisted. He gave me his pocket knife and then jumped the fence. We really couldn't see him as he went up to the house. We were sitting there in the dark, terrified by every sound, every minor noise. A few minutes passed, and nothing happened. But then, suddenly, we heard a gunshot. All three of us screamed and started crying. We thought my brother had been shot. I jumped out of the bed and made my way over to the gate. I then saw my brother running back to the gate. Well, limping back to the gate, actually, but very fast. I have never before, nor since, seen the kind of fear in his eyes that I did that day. He picked me up, and he forced all three of us into the cab. He rolled the windows up and made us lock the doors. Then, strangely enough, he started driving in reverse. We tried to get him to tell us what happened, but he refused. He told us he had to concentrate on the road, because driving backwards was not something he ever had to do for so long. Hell, it probably took us over an hour to finally get back to the main road. When we finally turned around, he immediately sped back home. My dad chewed my brother out big time. But no one told us what happened at the house. It wasn't until years later that he finally told me. He had gone up to the house, and the door was answered by an enormous hillbilly. The man's hands were covered in blood. My brother naturally assumed that he was just preparing some animal meat. But he was very angry at my brother's presence. He refused to open the gate, and when my brother asked again, he went and grabbed his shotgun. My brother tripped down the stairs, which was why he was limping. While he was running back, the guy fired off the shotgun. He didn't know if he was shooting at him or in the air, but he obviously didn't get hit. After being yelled at by our father, my dad refused to call the police. He just told my brother he knew who the guy was, and that the police wouldn't do anything about it. And that's all I know. My father passed away, and never told us anything about it again. But I think it's pretty scary, wondering what that man was up to. Why he was so adamant that my brother leave. Why he wouldn't open the gate to facilitate that leaving. And why the police wouldn't do anything about it. Out of candy. Yeah, I know Halloween is supposed to be a time where people play pranks on each other. People get kicks out of scaring other people. But what I think is that this can be rather dangerous. I guess it's really hard to know whether or not someone is joking around, or they're using the holiday to cover up their real behavior. Now here's what I mean. When I was a teenager, I stopped trick-or-treating very late. I went out as late as 15 years old. So that being the case, when I was an adult and living at home, I always gave candy out to everyone, regardless of how old they were. I had a big bowl of candy the year this happened, but the trick-or-treaters came out in force. I'd never seen so many children. I thank God I had gotten so much candy. By the time I had given out my last piece, the crowd had mostly dispersed. There were just a few kids here and there. I turned out my porch light
and then went and made myself a bowl of popcorn. I was gonna watch a scary movie. Or at least something that I considered to be a scary movie. I won't mention what I was gonna watch, because people will probably tease me for being too wussy. But anyway, I sat down, and about 5 minutes into the movie, someone rang my doorbell. I figured it could only be trick-or-treaters. I thought turning off my porch light would have been enough of a sign to let them know I had run out of candy. So I got up and walked over to the door, turned on the porch light, and opened the door. I was a bit surprised when I noticed 4 teenage boys standing outside the door, and they were dressed just like the Droogs from A Clockwork Orange. And yes, I had to look up the name of the gang. I was familiar with the movie, but not that familiar. The boy dressed as Alex put out his bag and said, "Trick or treat," in a very sinister sounding voice. I paused for a moment. I can't really even tell you why, but for some reason, I couldn't respond right away. I was impressed by their costumes, but that was not why I paused. I couldn't even tell why. After the pause, rather than tell the teenagers I was out of candy, I told them to please hold on for a moment. I went back out to my cabinet, and I got a package of full-size Snicker bars out. These weren't Halloween candy, of course, just something I kept for myself for a snack. I came back and gave each boy a bar. They looked a bit surprised at getting such a good candy bar, I guess. They exchanged some very odd glances. They looked a bit surprised at getting such a good candy bar, I guess. They exchanged some very odd glances, and then thanked me for the candy. Then they left. I went back and watched my movie. I'm not really sure how much time had passed, but after a while, I thought I heard something on my porch. It wasn't someone knocking on the door, or anything like that. It sounded like someone was on my stairs, though. I got up and walked over to the door. I turned on the porch light and looked out the window. I caught a slight glimpse of those 4 teenage boys running away. I don't know why, but I opened the door and looked out on the porch. There was a note taped to my door. I nearly dropped it when I read what it said. "You're lucky. You found extra candy. We were gonna kill the first person who had run out. We saw your lights off and figured that was you." I reported to the police. They assured me that it was likely just the boys trying to scare me. It was Halloween after all. But you know, how could I really ever be sure? Their costumes were so good. Maybe they really wanted to act the parts out. The Dare House. What's Halloween without a little bit of fun and trying to scare your friends? When you're younger, it is all about candy and costumes. But when you grow out of that, it turns into a way to razz each other. At least, that's how I always saw it. When I was 14 years old, I wasn't ready to stop trick-or-treating. But I had just gotten into high school and became a member of a cool group of friends. They made it clear, pretty early on, to me, that we were too old to act like kids anymore. I remember my mom asking me that year what I wanted to be for Halloween. She wasn't too happy when I told her I'd rather just hang out with my friends. My dad, however, seemed to understand, and he gave me permission to go hang out with them. He didn't tell my mom this, but he even told me I could stay out later than curfew since it was Halloween. So me and my 4 best friends went walking around the neighborhood. A couple of the guys went to make fun of the kids trick-or-treating. I wasn't really into doing that, because I really wanted to be out there doing it with them.
We went out past the houses and spent some time walking around the graveyard. That didn't last very long, though. There were some even older teenagers there, and they made it clear to us pretty early on that we weren't welcome. So we headed out. And when we were really bored, my friend Jeff had a great idea. There was an old school building on the edge of town that the kids in the neighborhood all considered to be haunted. We decided to go and sneak into the yard. The building itself was not huge, at least not compared to the current school building at the time. When a new high school was built about 10 years before, the elementary school was moved into the old high school. That left the building empty. It then just sat empty for years, with kids sneaking in and things like that. We of course believed it was haunted, just because kids always seemed to think that abandoned buildings were haunted. But although the building wasn't huge, it was definitely scary. It was right out of town, so it was dark. It had boarded and broken windows, and it had plenty of no trespassing signs as well. Once we got into the yard, though, our courage failed. All of us pretended like we weren't scared of going in there, but we knew we were. And we knew each other knew it as well. We began accusing each other of being scared in order to hide our own fear. So we dared each other, and eventually, my friend Jeff was the one who took the dare. We all went to the back of the building and found a broken back door. Jeff went in. The dare was that he had to go to the second floor and wave at us from the window, so we knew he went further into the building. So he went in. And we watched. And we waited. And we watched. And we waited. I don't know how much time passed, but pretty soon it seemed like more than enough time had passed for him to get upstairs. But still, we waited. And still, he neither showed up at the top floor and he didn't come back. About an hour and a half passed before we began to really get scared that something had happened. We couldn't call our parents or the police because we'd get in really big trouble. So we had to suck up our fear and go into the school on our own. The four of us left went into the school as a group. If we were scared to go in alone before, we were more scared now. The building was scary. There was trash and crap everywhere. Tons of bottles and cigarette butts all over the place and plenty of graffiti. And it was dark. We checked around, then tried to find the stairs once we realized Jeff was not on the first floor. We found the steps and went up them. Jeff was laying down right at the top of the staircase, bruised, bloody, and unconscious. We didn't know what had happened, but we were scared out of our minds. We managed to bring him to, at least enough that we could sort of carry him down the stairs and out of the building. We were frightened that whomever had done this to him was going to get us before we could get out. Once we were off the property, though, we were about to call the police, but Jeff had come to, and he forbade us from doing it. He just begged to come over to my house to clean up. He didn't want to get in trouble, and he knew if he called the cops, he would get bitched out by his parents. At first, he wouldn't tell us what happened, but when he finally did, it didn't really answer many questions. He was attacked from behind when he made it to the top of the stairs. Next thing he knew, we were trying to revive him. He never saw who or what attacked him. He refused to even get the authorities involved. He had bruises, but he just told his parents he was attacked by a school bully, and he wouldn't name the bully. If anything, that old school building had a much scarier reputation afterward, and we're pretty sure that whoever attacked Jeff was still in the building when we were exploring it, and we were pretty sure he was still there long afterwards. Hey all, Killer Orange Cat here. I hope that you're all having a very happy Halloween. I'm going to spend the day taking it easy and watching some scary movies. It's what I do every year. You can read the print version of these stories on the Killer Orange Cat subreddit, and visit the Killer Orange Cat merchandise store at the links included in the description. I want to make sure that everyone is updated about the Bloody Mary challenge video. I didn't forget about it, and I will be doing it. Because of things going on in my personal life, I haven't been able to do it before Halloween. It will be coming up probably towards the end of November though. But if you like this video, please let me know by hitting the like button. If you're not already subscribed to Killer Orange Cat, please consider hitting the subscribe button below, or use the icon of Ichigo that will appear at the end of this closing. Feel free to leave some comments to let me know what you think of the video, and consider sharing it with someone you think might enjoy it. You can always follow Ichigo and myself on Facebook and Twitter. If you have a story you'd like narrated on Killer Orange Cat, please email it to the address included in the description. My only requirement is that the story is original, meaning it has not been read on any other YouTube channel. And please, especially on Halloween, don't forget to make sure to check in your closet and check under your bed, because you never know where a Killer Orange Cat might be hiding. Good night.